When it's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other.
Crypto doing all the work by himself.
We are back.
Oh, this is nice here.
It has been 237 days, 34 weeks since our last RLCS broadcast. It has been long, it has been hard, and here we are. Welcome to RLCS 2025 Birmingham Open #1 in SSA. I, of course, am Greybeard, and myself, Ultrazim, Pyro J and Machtfish will be here for every kickoff this weekend until we crown our Open #1 champion. There is much to be said, though, leading up to that very first kickoff. Since our last broadcast, we've had RSC, we've had VS Finals at Comic-Con, we've had off-season tournaments, and we have had the requisite amount of drama.
I mean, Greybeard, what is the use of an SSA season without a little bit of drama, right? Listen, the influx of imports have certainly arrived. This is the case, but the majority, they make up a majority of the top 8 as well. But this goes with the eternal theme of SSA, which is resilience, okay? From getting their own servers to dealing with load shedding to now this international competition. It's what makes this region strong and exciting to watch.
You know, this whole region has kind of always been one, like you say, about the drama. But I think this is the season that we hit a level of unpredictability and chaos that we've never seen before. You know, it's always been like our goal as SSA to see how we match up against people from around the world. Well, the world is here now. And so that's going to be kind of the biggest question for everyone else. But one of the best things about this for me is that it's not just can Limitless match up to the rest of the world. For the first time ever, not all eyes are going to be on Limitless because there's far too many good contenders, whether it's local teams or mixed region teams. So yeah, this season should be good, man.
Well, now, more than ever, boys, it's sink or swim. New champions are going to be crowned. Old faces, they will be left behind. We are in that state of flux. And we welcome you, the viewers, to join and stay with us for this, the most dramatic region of the RLCS. We may have entered to a global stage, but we still firmly remain in sub-Saharan Africa. This is the RLCS in 2025. This is the road to Birmingham, and it commences right here, right now, boys.
And as you can tell, we on the desk are very excited to be back, but it's not just us, of course. All of you are back. Chat is here, and I guess we have to shout out Muzz, who got himself first, followed very quickly by Tubbsy and Jade. Welcome to all of you, and the many of you that have arrived since then, and the many, many more of you that are arriving right now. Ultrazim, Pyro, Macht, you guys have been with SSA RLCS pretty much from the very beginning. Ultrazim, of course, comes from the before times, a long time ago. And
he has
Pyro,
a speed,
Macht,
yeah.
Just giving away my age there, man. Like a long time.
Come on, ping advantage. Come on.
And Pyro and Macht, you guys came to SSA when the world didn't even really know where South Africa was, even though it's in the name, or that reunion island is even a thing. So you should be pretty familiar with the region. So it was a little bit of a welcome back. I've thought up some trivia questions from SSA Region's 3-year history in the RLCS.
Just give me a second. I need a lot of my Wikipedia page. Hang on, just a minute.
Listen, you don't have an internet fast enough. You're not going to be quick. So you can follow along in chat and see how well you do. The first question is not even strictly RLCS related, but it is relevant. Who won the 2024 VS Gaming Championships?
Okay, I should know this one. Like, this is
You
my
should
local
know
home.
this one.
Was it Cosmico?
All right, Ultrazim says Cosmico. Would you like to venture a guess, Machtfish?
I think Limitless didn't play that, if I'm not entirely mistaken. So I think it's Cosmico, yeah.
Yeah, my head
right,
just said
for-
guns, so I'm gonna go Cosmico.
All right, well done, guys. You are 100% wrong.
I
Gunn
was gonna
was
say.
a coach during VS Gaming 2024, and it was in fact Genesix who were the winners of the 2024
Frauds.
Alt,
VS
you're leading us
Gaming.
astray already.
Jumped on me there, like, whoo, you had confidence there.
In the 2022-23 season, which player went viral after powering his setup from a car battery during load shedding
We
during
all know
a
this
regional?
one. We gotta all know this one, guys. Come on.
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, of course. We all know this one,
No,
right?
dear.
Yeah.
I got the answer.
Wordy. I don't fully remember though.
All right.
No.
Well, Ultrazim, you might as well put them out of their misery.
Yeah, the man with the biggest mouth, it's gotta be Olympic.
Oh,
Yeah?
Indeed,
That sounds
it
like an
was.
Olympic thing.
And when I say it went viral, he actually got retweeted by Jake Lucky, who after he posted a picture of the wires running out of his car into his room. It was fantastic. Who scored a top 5 goal of the day, a 0-second top 5 goal of the day in the second game at Worlds this last season? Pyro,
Pick
your
me,
hand
Teach.
was up first. Pyro, your hand was up first. Go.
I was literally there and filming my reaction live. It was to die for.
Any contradictions to that?
Well, chat seems to think it's sweaty. I don't know why. I know it's not sweaty.
No, it wasn't chat. It was Ginger Muzz, okay? It was Muzz. Don't cast aspersions on the whole of chat.
I think
But,
Sweaty assisted it, so I'll give him that. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
all right, so points for an assist, but Pyro, you are 100% correct. It was indeed to die for. Which is the only team to have achieved a best-of-7 reverse sweep in SSA RLCS? Bonus points for telling me the opposition, and more bonus points if you can tell me when it was. But let's start. Which team is the only team to have achieved a best-of-7 reverse sweep?
Didn't we have it
Alt,
last year?
it looks like Alt's got an answer. I want to hear him first.
I got
Okay.
a theory. Weirdly, something is telling me it was Nixa in the grand finals versus Limitless when they managed to do like a ridiculous thing. But I think I might have that swapped. It might have been Limitless doing the bracket reset.
I'm going Bravado. I'm going Bravado led by Happy Meal. I don't know. That's where I'm headed.
Machtfish?
I'm looking at the early days. I'm thinking like something like Werty's 80k maybe at some point, like 2021, 2022. Thinking early days.
Machtfish is the closest. 80k were the opponents. And it was, in fact, Royalty with Eli and Ram on the squad. And it remains one of the 2 best series I've ever cast. It was just glorious. It was on a day. It was the lower quarterfinals of Winter Regional 1 in 21-22. And everything had been sweeps up to that point. Last series of the day, and they pulled off the best-of-7 reverse sweep.
Muzz got that one. He got the last one wrong horribly, but he actually got that. Nicely done, Muzz.
All right, and Ultrazim's going to feel even worse now because he and I casted that together.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that now.
It was 3 years ago. Like,
remembered
give it a break.
Every match we casted, right?
Yeah. In the final regional of the 2021-22 season, Bravado Gaming beat Orlando Pirates in the grand final. How many games were played?
I thought it was the reverse sweep, so I thought it was 7. That's just where I'll go.
Okay.
Wasn't it with bracket reset? That
okay,
was like wait, it would have
you
been
warming up there. You
it would
warming up
have
there,
been
bro.
spring, right? It would have been spring, so that would have been the
Indeed.
old double elim format. So it was bracket reset. One of them did go to 7, I remember that, but I don't remember the length of the other. So
All right,
just
well,
gonna
let's
go
take
out there on
your
a limb and
stand,
save all 14. Give me all 14 games.
Ultra
Okay,
Love.
12.
13.
Pyro. Okay, so we got 12, 13, 14. Mustfish is correct. Bravado Gaming had beaten Orlando Pirates in the upper bracket final. And Orlando Pirates came from the lower bracket, won the reset series, and then lost in a 7-game thriller. And so all 14 games were played. It was exhausting. And then my final trivia question is going to be this. Even South Africans didn't know about Reunion Island, other than the fact that it might have been a volcano in the middle of the ocean. But they came to the attention of the Rocket League world in the very first season when they made main event in the second split, and they became famous through a roster whose name was PWB. Who was that roster?
W is Wilu, definitely.
Willu 100%.
Bang! Points!
Yeah, got
Points!
it.
You're in
Boy
there. Well done.
975 was the other one. Was the B?
Say again?
Was Boy 97 something?
Yeah.
974. Bang!
974,
You are correct. And then the last one was...
P. Oh.
He stuck around for a while
He
afterwards.
did.
Yeah.
It's the P
wasn't
of the
Heatsy.
PWB.
Yeah.
It wasn't Heatsy. Ah.
It
Pass.
was a player
Pass.
that we were very sad that he didn't stay. He actually moved.
Panda.
Okay,
You read
well
that in
done.
chat.
Well done,
Yeah, I did.
Ultrazip. You're
Yeah.
watching chat. Good on you. Yeah, Panda went to
Yeah.
go and study in France, so he wasn't here for. He was there for that season, and then he left when we were all terribly sad to see him go. But of course, Wilu is a legend, and boy, I'm not sure we didn't see much of him after that. All right, welcome back, everybody. There is your trivia. The RLCS season for most players ended in June last year. The off-season, however, was the busiest we've ever had. We had the AGC LAN in July, VS Gaming LAN in September, the RSC from September to November, a community-sponsored 1v1 tournament, and then the Psionics off-season events in December. It was jam-packed. It felt like wall-to-wall Rocket League. And there was also, wonderfully, a very early announcement about the 2025 season. And this resulted in a 20% increase in signups across the world. Just about every region had record signups. A massive increase in signups in Europe. They had more than 1,400 teams sign up for this first regional. And of course, EU didn't stop just with EU. They didn't restrict themselves.
I'm sorry.
Now we find European teams and players in every region. North America, APAC, MENA, OCE, and even a player in SAM. And of course, the many, many rosters that have made their way to SSA. In fact, I posted what I consider a banger tweet after Team Evo made top 8 in North America, which is an EU roster. And I said, hang in there, North America. The EU imports will make you better.
Hopefully Sam too, because complexity's up there as well. So yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty much everywhere. But I mean, it is remarkable how many people have signed up this season and the influx. There's clearly a thirst for RLCS competition.
I mean, 100%. And also with the amount of teams that move overseas, it's like, all right, some of them are very understandable moves, like top players going for an org, but even the lower level players that go over, like they just want to make as much of it as they possibly can. Good or bad, it's a thing. It's a thing. We have to live with it and move on.
In SSA, 56 EU teams signed up, 53 were SSA, and that's 185 EU players, 153 SSA, 38 total countries represented in SSA so far this season. And I think as we start to talk about this first regional, and as you see there's the representation you see across, and that's in our the top sort of 16 that have come through, all of the regions being represented. And as we talk about the 112 teams that signed up for this regional, I think it is really important, guys. And I don't know what your thoughts have been, but my word, it has been glorious to see, from my perspective, the massive improvement of SSA teams.
You know, Greg, improvement in SSA has always been my vibe, right? I've been doing this for long enough that I've seen people playing in a, forgotten basement kind of thing was the biggest tournament we had. And you mentioned so many of the off-season tournaments this year. RSC was fantastic between all the different tiers, getting people to start getting their first competitive experience versus the guys at the top who've been around and recognizable names by now. You mentioned AGC down in Cape Town. That was not just a pro LAN. That was our very first schools LAN that people came from across the country. I went down to that. It was the best vibe ever. And it's all of these different things. All the Psionics tournaments, the 1v1 tournaments, they all just give such a platform and such an inspiration to the new level of players to come up and get better. It gives them practice. The guys are starting to lose their nerves on those big days. And it's made the most amazing teams. I mean, if you look at how much roster swapping as well that's come out, people are finding new homes, new partners, new rosters that just feel right to them. And I think a lot of that steel sharpening steel, we've been fighting. We've seen the imports coming, and then we've known that we have to take a step up, and we have.
There are 3 SSA teams in the top 8, and the percentages kind of check out. It's been 40% SSA all along the way. The teams bubbling up, though, and I feel like we have a real bubble now. I mean, teams like Decimate, Highball, Deathcloud, Ox Gaming, Rise Esports, White Rabbit, Goated Baguette, Pony, No Jitsu, Bird, they all have the potential to break into the top 16 and possibly into the top 8. And if you look at all of those teams, there's only about 7 or 8 of them that are from the old guard. All the rest are new players, young players coming up. So I think the future looks really, really good. But it all boiled down to the bracket last night. The top 16 who made it to last night's GSL bracket. There were 2 groups. There you see Group A on the screen right now. And all of them were competitive. Look over that bracket. In the entire night, there were 2 sweeps. The rest were all fairly competitive, some of them really close. And man, oh man, Highball, and we're going to talk about them a lot throughout this weekend and throughout this season. I love this roster skill still with the 2 youngsters, but I don't know, guys. Pyro, how did you feel about any big shocks for you out of the GSL bracket?
Well, you had kind of that rivalry match versus Mustu Fluck and Limitless where they got that win, which was a big W for Limitless. They wanted that after Mustu Fluck gave Limitless their first loss this season, but you took a look at that Group B as well, and Cosmico got a huge win against Hey with Riz. We're talking about these Titan matches of, imports versus locals, and SSA really made their mark. And I want to mention that as well. Going into the top 16, like we mentioned how there's import teams that are just coming in, but also like import teams that have longevity in this scene, like 77 Blocks and Astronic Esports. SSA teams knocked them out too. So we don't get to talk about Highbot today as they didn't make top 8, but they were the team that knocked out Astronic from even getting into the top 16 in the first place. These interesting clashes that deserve the stories aren't going to be seen here in top 8, but we won't let them get swept under the rug.
Let's move on to today. So we've given you a general view of where things have been, where they've gone, but now we come to this regional and this season. And today, these are the final 8 teams: Limitless, Cosmico, Dunno Chief, Maestros, Ball Eater, Genesix, Mustu Fluck, and Hey with Riz. These are the teams battling it out for the final. Our first matchup today is going to be Mustu Fluck against Hey with Riz. And so we have 4 match series today. All of them are best of 7. We will have 5 tomorrow, all of them best of 7. And Machtfish, a big surprise for me to find 2 big EU teams facing in an elimination match, our first matchup today.
I mean, we were talking about it before the season when we saw these rosters sign up and we power ranked them like in amongst ourselves. We're like, how does Limitless stack up to them? Not just talking about Limitless, but Cosmico as well and overall. And we were like, yeah, Mastuflak and Hayworth is probably going to be our favorites coming in, potentially our first grand final. But scratch that. Limitless and Cosmico in the GSL bracket, they've clutched up. And now we get to see what we thought would be our grand final in round of 8. And guess what? Even more, one of them is going to go home.
Chat vote is open. If you want to vote in chat, who do you think takes this opening matchup? Hashtag MF, hashtag Hey for your choice. So far, Hey with Riz taking the lead in chat. Let's get our predictions desk. Ultrazim, you gotta feel in your prediction on this one.
Man, I didn't do super well in the trivia, and at the last RLCS, predictions weren't my forte either. I don't know why, but on paper, Hey is definitely the stronger team, but I feel like Mastuflak is just a really strong team. So I'm going to give a very early prediction, get it out of the way, and get them all wrong right now. Mastuflak.
Mastuflak, okay. One for Mastuflak from the desk. Pyro, I'm going to come to you last, Muck, because you like to think you know these guys. So Pyro.
Oh, no.
And I don't know anything, so that's perfect. Listen, I'm going Mastuflak because I think they're going to make the long lower bracket run to play Limitless again. They've traded wins and losses. That's the kind of rivalry matchup that I'm invested in personally this season. I want to see it happen again, and that begins with a win here in the first match.
Muck Fish.
I mean, I've got to agree. Look, I've got a soft spot for the Danes, right? I know Creamy and Rexo, both and Mads, all three in person. Like, I really like to see them play. They've got a bit of a weird style that's awkward to play against. So, on this occasion, I think Mastuflak takes it, but I'm gonna throw a caveat in there. They're gonna take it in 7.
Well, that is 3 on the desk going for Mastuflak. But chat is currently at 68% for Hey with Riz, which probably tells us that we have a lot of Spaniards in chat more than anything else. But I am delighted, and I am delighted because to have a match whose outcome is not going to hurt me one way or the other. I am completely happy with either the result, so I'm not going to give Mastuflak a sweep on the desk. So give me Hey with Riz for this opening match.
You prepared for this? This is unfair.
It was entirely coincidental, but it worked out really well.
Yeah.
But these are 2 very strong teams, and honestly, a surprise that it has come to this, that we are going to see the exit guaranteed of one of these 2 teams. But after a long time, we are ready. 237 days later, Hey with Riz up against Mastuflak. It's an all-EU opener for the first regional in SSA.
Well, RLCS's top tourist destination hosts 6 Europeans for its first main event match. Mastuflak and Hey with Riz find themselves in a lower bracket after losses to South African opponents earlier. They arrive with their accolades. Hey with Riz enter as SSA's 3v3 off-season champions, while Mastuflak handed Limitless their first loss of the season, Alt making them both threatening teams.
They are incredibly dangerous teams for the SSA squad. So I'm very excited, I would say, that one of them goes out now just from a purely selfish reason. But which one it's going to be is going to be a tenacious fight to their death. I mean, Mastuflak comes in with a lot of experience. They've been playing in RLCS. This last year was a big one for them, where they managed to get all the way to the EU main event and went out in 17th place. But right here, right now, we start with our first kickoff. It's been too long. 2025 begins now.
And I do hope that everyone peeped those overlays at the top as we entered the server. We got a look at the ping for each player. Barely anyone is under 150 ping right now. I have to take another look at game number 2, but just another thing for consideration on these South African servers.
It certainly is not going to define it here, as a carry by Creamy shows off that they have no problems maintaining control of the ball at these higher pings. But certainly these guys have spent a lot of time practicing on higher pings. They've got the idea between. I'm sure they've adapted their play styles a little bit, and certainly making offensive opportunities manufacture on both sides of the field right now as again an open net denied out here by the Hay side.
And I'm excited to see really what Mustufluk brings to the table here today. Mockfish described the Danes as aggressive and just annoying to deal with. I've seen that playstyle, especially from Creamy and Mads. They love these isolation, speedy playstyle maneuvers that just throw you into the trenches if you're having to operate on defense for so long against them. Interesting to see Hey with Riz battle against it pretty evenly, though, here at the start.
Yeah. You know those individual plays, something that's going to manufacture a ball to pop out? One of the big things I noticed last night while watching the group stages was how quickly these European sides get to the ball. Anything free, you've got to be jumping to that quickly. And it's something that SSA has had to learn over the last couple of years. But certainly these two teams are going to waste absolutely no time. Every ball going to be hardly contested, and a ball drops out into the center, cut off by Rex.
Oh, and you wonder if that was...
counter-attacked straight back in. No shot taken.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was communicated there from Rexo to fake that and leave for the midfield. But this ball's going to be open for Karka, who takes our first goal today.
Beautiful. Again, the speed onto the ball that I was talking about. Contested from the wall and into the pass. Karka picks up what Ivan set down. First goal comes out for Hey with Risen, and our predictions are not looking super great there, Pyro.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Hey, listen, it's the beginning of the season. We've got time to form our informed predictions, but one goal doesn't tell the story if we know anything. Two might, though. Ivan picks this up with ease.
We'll certainly learn a lot more from this season, but for one of these teams, this is going to be all we know. And so far, Mustufluk not showing up at all, really giving a lot of space to the attackers from Hey around their goal line, and Hey making absolutely no mistakes. They're being so innovative, and like Muck said, they really just seem to create the weirdest opportunities so far that they make work.
But it's all about making it work here. And Karka, I like the control of the ball there. Not too heavy on that first touch so they can wall dash for the second. This one, trailing ever so closely to the net. Revsy, very close to the net as well. Mustufluk looking to get back on attack here as we're right past that halfway point, but this is where Hey with Riz definitely like to show off their strengths on the solo plays there. Ivan close to making it happen.
But they really haven't had a look at the other nets have Mustufluk in a long time, right? We seem to only be talking about the plays that Hey is making, and Mustufluk once more pushed back into their own corner. Ball bounces out. Creamy decides to slow play and be able to use his huge tanker boost to carry it down to the other length of the field. But such a nice denial from Hey before it gets any more dangerous. They're on top of it. Creamy now wanting to make it dangerous again, but tests Karka and in fact just sends him all the way wide. Karka with no boost there was in a dire position, but Hey has found a breakaway.
Yeah, but it's going to be cleared right back. I mean, for Mustufluk, you got to start taking your risks now with it just being 80 seconds left. Need to make every possession work here. Hey with Riz still looks stronger on the counterattack, though. It's a drop down from Ivan off of the crossbar. Third's not quite there as everyone attacked on the initial counter. Ivan, though, just to keep this ball closely. Look at the gymnastic maneuvers to stay right under that ball. Keep it around. Mustufluk. It's been top-tier control from Hey with Riz ever since they started scoring.
I'm so glad you highlighted that cheeky, sneaky play. That's a great save coming out from Karka, reactionary. Because that seems to be the name of the game for both these teams. They really don't like to give that ball away. Possession's the big name of the game, and they keep it so close to their body. I mean, look at the spins. Creamy as well. On the other side, Mads, he finally gets one in. I don't know how he manufactured this back towards the center between all those players, but touches it off the wall. Revsy was up for it and just cannot read it as well. Mustufluk bring it back to 1 with 40 seconds left.
I mean, that was diabolical. Come on, the double tap, taking on an outside angle from away from the net. You want to work around your defenders in a solo play there? That's probably your best way to do it. Mustufluk finding any way they can to make this score close.
Rexo manages to get a nice ball out, but unfortunately none of his teammates were in the position to follow it up, so he does a good job on defense and starting to carry it a long way. The denial of boost in this game is just ruthless from both sides. As Creamy now tries once more. Rexo, 10 seconds left, sets up an optimistic ball. Mads gets it to bomb down. There's no denial to Ivan, who's going to be able to take, or Ivan, apologies. And the last attempts here go amiss. Mustufluk denied out, and Hey with Riz take game number 1 in RLCS SSA 2025.
I think it's going to be all about heating up here, Altruism, as we're starting to see Mustufluk really put away the nice shots, but Hey with Riz, with their speedy play style, their ability to clamor shot after shot, you can see they're winning the shot game there, 8-6. Just seem to be limiting the chances of Mustufluk to make those opportunities happen.
Yeah, the first half of the game was all just a Hey show, really. Hey, it's a weird word to throw into this. But yeah, it's a weird Hey show because they just pressured constantly. You know, they denied the ball getting past halfway for the vast majority. And where those individual mechanical tricks of Mustufluk might be good enough to beat and get you qualified into this, now you're starting to meet up with guys who do that in the practice range. So they're going to know what you're trying to achieve with that.
Also still wondering if this ping scenario has any advantage to Hey, because while they're averaging maybe 140-ish, it's like 180, 190 from Mustufluk. So it's still that scenario where for Mustu, maybe they're a little bit behind on those engagements, those 50s, and that takes some warming up to as well.
We haven't seen any long booming clears from either of these sides in the vast majority, you know, like most of it has been like trying to carry it themselves, trying to create something, and Hey immediately off to an aggressive start. They're great shots and cramping up their opponents. Look at Garko trying to just be there, and Ivan right behind there was automatically going to be challenging after that. Contesting it halfway, all the boost being used, and the two of them linking up. They found a relatively open goal here. Passes behind Ivan, unfortunately, so while he jumped up optimistically for that, there was no shot. Although, their own goal, Mustufluk, what is happening, friends?
I mean, I have no explanation here. Mustufluk essentially had to go wide open for Hey with Riz to score earlier. I mean, maybe they're just sort of like, hey, you guys should have scored there, so we're just going to give it to you.
Wow, the psychological plays that would come out if a team actually went for that. A game down already. Mustufluk, certainly you said this was going to be a series that was going to be defined by the warm-up, and Mustufluk going to need a game or two, or at least a couple more minutes if they're going to start making any impressions right now. But getting a little bit of a pass going there. Garko turns really well, and even backwards manages to find his teammates.
I mean, they don't really need the shooting packs. At least the shot was on target, right? Even if it's the wrong goal. We'll see if that precision continues to play in here as we're past our first minute. Ivan had a pretty good read on that ball, but Mustufluk seemed absolutely just really locked into their foundation on defense here. Rexo, not the best read. Creamy in front of that. And this is what I'm talking about. Mustufluk, they can't get out of their own half. They've got to go for these passing plays off their own backboard to just get that long clear that ends up in the control of Hey once again.
Yeah, that's why I was saying those big booming clears, they don't seem to be working. It's certainly not for Mustufluk. Hey is doing too good of a job of rotating around constantly, and they've always got someone cutting that rotation if the ball does drop a little bit short to be able to intercept that before it could be a passing play. But Mustufluk finally, with a little bit of an extended period here, no boost for Rexo to work with to get this towards the center, but he's done well. Still, Hey, up to the task, challenging everything, and starting to make some progress. That's an open net! Hey, gives it up completely after an extended period, and they looked like they had composure, but maybe getting a little bit cramped up for too long. Mads up to the board, he rectifies his earlier mistake.
Some 50-50s are nearly unpredictable. That pinch went straight to the logo of the field, and Mustufluk just had the better reaction. It's all about the range of the field and how quickly you can get to that ball as well. Mustufluk showing off in that regard, almost coming up with a second there off the kickoff. Hey with Riz, we need to do some work to get this lead back. They're slowly stepping towards that net. Mustufluk, they've had these scenarios where it's just a little awkward, it's a little scary on their defensive side, but now that they've turned it around, now that they have it tied up, it's a good chance for them to take their first lead.
Yeah, this is feeling like a very different Mustufluk side. They really kept on the back foot for the vast majority. Now they're being more proactive. Now they're setting the tempo, and Hayes looking under a lot of pressure. Even that touch straight in towards the hands of Creamy and Rexo got to try follow it up, even on 6 boost, beats out 2 defenders. Everyone cramped up in the corner here for Hay, and they're not going to get much further out than that. Shot going to be coming in now, takes it to the backboard, trying for the double attempt, gets bumped off the board. Still the follow-up is there. Mads picks up his second.
There it is. This is just classic for Mustufluk. Rexo has the finesse to first touch that straight into the air dribble, forcing the bump and getting everyone with Hay with Riz away from the backline. First lead there for Mustu.
The entire demeanor of this game has now turned on its head, as after a tenuous first game, Mustufluk now pretty much in the driving seat, going to straight away set it up nice and high, well defended towards the side. Ivan going to be able to pick it up, but can he carry it? We've seen this a couple of times. That's a really nice bounce to take it into the air. Going to lose control of it, but Karka, Cat picks it up. He carries it home. And hey, not going to be on the deficit for too long.
We're going to see more and more of plays like these. Ivan gets past 1 on the air dribble and escapes the ball. They're in search of the bump. Problem for Mustufluk was they didn't want to challenge the ball there. They wanted to save it on the incoming shot. They just couldn't get there in time. Quick equalizer here, about 100 seconds remaining. And you can tell this match is still so even-handed. Haywood is just getting it away.
Karka under pressure, ball goes across. Reevesy was at least doing a great bodyguard work to be able to make sure that no Mustufluk players came in. Tries to carry it himself, drops at midfield, but once more it's Karka who's always looking at that second play. Gets bumped off as Ivan though, and Mustufluk may have found themselves a bit of breathing room. They're going to start pushing it down the other side, but immediately, long, confident clear comes out from Ivan.
This is where we're all tied up with 1 minute remaining. I think teams are going to play more to their strengths. They're going to play for those safer maneuvers, and they're also going to play for these air dribble bumps that we've seen prior. Hey, with Riz, getting that opportunity from Ivan later. Look for Ivan and Karka to get those chances again. This is exactly what's happening with Karka now. Just gets the beat on Creamy. Yet there's still more to be desired there. Bump from Ivan, lets it loose there in front of the net. It's the fake into the shot from Karka, but Rexo saves.
Great fake. I don't know if it was planned to be a fake from the moment he took off, but it works out, and that's the sort of creativity you need. Mustufluk want to end this now. 30 seconds left, and they've given away possession. Ivan into the air. Now, these Hay players may be struggling a little bit with the ping as they keep overshooting their air dribbles, but right now, any of those mistakes going to be pounced upon, and Mustufluk, 17 seconds left, get a second chance at this.
I'm telling you, they're not overshooting their air dribbles. They're leaving the ball for those bumps, and that was almost the perfect play for Hay with Riz to get that lead, to secure the game. Mustufluk finally had the answer in the quick challenge, and they need an answer to put this ball on the ground as well, unless Creamy really wants to play for it. All right, hit to the ground, take us to OT.
OT number 1 in game number 2. This is kind of what I'm looking for this whole weekend. I don't think that many of these games are going to be clear-cut and dry, but I think right now this goal is so important to both these teams. Elimination match, and in game number 2, the entire series looking to be defined. If Mustufluk can pick this up as they make this aggressive push, they can secure themselves the even series. If Hay takes it now, a 2-0 game deficit really puts on a lot of pressure onto your opponents, and doing a good job of at least keeping their backline right for now.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure was on Rexo there as the third man just to get a piece of the ball. I'll allow Hay with Riz to clamor away with their counterattack. He sets that up on the backboard, and he's been looking for plenty of bumps there on the goal line and the backboard, but Hay with Riz seemed just a little bit quicker to the punch. Karka gets past 1, Creamy over to Rexo, a little bit slow. Off the corner, has to take it to the ground instead. Now in flight with that flip reset. Puts it past Revsy with that bump in order. Ivan right behind, and Karka's in position for this 1v2, but could still make it happen, and certainly does! Perfect air dribble flight to the top corner to secure game 2.
Massive breakaway plays comes out, Chen. This is what we've been saying this entire series. Hay just looks so quick to the ball, and they snatch that up. Karka has been instrumental in the midfield, and well credited with a deserved goal. Hay with Riz take 2 games now off Mustufluk. Predictions looking to be in tatters, and yet still this game, Pyro, I felt that this was a different Mustufluk that we saw from game 1.
It's the same and it's different. I don't know. I could see it either way. I mean, we're starting to see the adaptations necessary for Must-Do Fluck with those air dribble bump into the next shot. They're starting to get the early challenges that are necessary to take away those easy chances from Hey with Riz. But offensively, you see that goal happening after the pinch. It just seems like Must-Do Fluck goals are more by happenstance rather than very well curated long possessions in offense and attack. That's why for Hey with Riz, I'm feeling confident going into these next games as long as they're limiting mistakes.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point right there. You know, there's been no big constructed plays, no mechanical gods flying across the screen to kind of sink it in themselves. I mean, even that I think it was the first goal that hit the backboard, dropped down, and Mads scored it. Mads' touch on that did not look perfectly clean. So the goal is a goal. Yeah. Right, but no one counts that. No one goes back and watches the replay when they're looking at scores late, and I think you'll be happy about that one.
Yeah, listen, that one really just needed to be on target, the same way that an own goal from them was on target earlier today. So that's what we're talking about by limiting mistakes, not letting those sort of flubs happen. Surely in game number 3, we'll see nothing but perfection. Woo! As a kickoff goal will be right in order for Hey.
Perfection, and the execution certainly comes off there. Just the ball, half a meter onto the orange side of the field, takes it out of the hands of Creamy, and he just can't adjust well enough to get in the way. So Hey once more sets the pressure, sets the tempo, picks up a goal in the first 2 seconds, and Must-Do now is really starting to get to make or break level. This is where we see them pulling out either secret pocket plays or desperate plays, whether they work or not.
Whether they work or not, that's the question. All kinds of time to make any play work. Look at Rexo trying to read that push from Revsy, but once again, finding themselves without boost on those aerial challenges has just kind of been left stranded a lot on defense, which has really opened up the gaps for Hey with Riz. There's Revsy with another bump onto the defender. Must-Do Fluck just can't get away with putting a hand up without having to crash into one of their opponent's cars.
Yeah, I mean, look at the shadowing coming out from Ivan in that last play. He's always thereabouts to make a challenge or make it competitive. Oh, this one's a dangerous. Oh, big jump comes out there, but with Creamy in the position to take the shot, maybe Must-Do now struggling with a bit of communication, and they're going to be punished for that. Hey, immediately led by Kaka across the field. This little pop up there was perfect, and the catch from Kaka to set that in and set that up for the shot was sublime. Second goal in the first minute.
I mean, the key word from you there was led by Karka. This guy is dismantling Must-Do Fluck on any solo chance they have. 1v1, 1v2, has destroyed Must-Do Fluck. That catch with the flip reset into the shot afterwards, Must-Do Fluck have to find some way to either early challenge the ever-living heck out of Karka, or at least try to make him feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, that ball is not allowed to go uncontested in the center of the field, whether it's on your side or theirs. And Rex are going to slow it down. Must-Do taking a lot of time on the ball compared to Hey. And right now, they don't have the mechanical chops to really be able to finish that. You know, if you're going to slow it down, you got to pull something magical out afterwards. And right now, they try again, led by Creamy, and just hands off straight away into their opponent's possession. Hey, going to be hard-pressed to get an out here with that possession, but, I mean, they've got their own mechanical skills that they can rely on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, listen, I don't think they even have a problem playing defense here. Their rotations seem very crisp. They're doing a great job of staying well-fueled. I'd have a problem with it if they're losing boost in these scenarios, but I'm not seeing Must-Do Fluck steal a lot of them. There's Karka with another boost grab in their own domain. Yvonne trying to be a hassle there, trying to perturb with the bumps there. Mads trying to cherry pick off the backboard. The ideas are there for Must-Do Fluck. They certainly are, but it comes down to executing in a way that Hey can't respond, and you just rarely see that.
Yep. I mean, at this stage, it seems like the vast majority of those individual plays, they're still beating one or two plays. You know, the plays themselves are good, but Hey has got such clear rotations that there's another player, and then another player, and then another, and there's 14 players here, it seems, on our own side. But right now, they're linking up. It doesn't matter how good your defense is. Now they want to try and cement this game. A third goal with 2 minutes left would put a huge amount of pressure. They immediately have to go back, and the big thing for Hayes. Not giving up anything gives them freedom to make these big challenges with all 3 players.
Yeah, don't give up that big chance that Mads is looking for here. Oh, tough bounce off the corner there. Creamy had the right idea in terms of their positioning and wrapping around. And now they've got the chance here. Mads strikes it at the net. Crossbar save there from Revsy. Creamy wants to play off the ceiling, does get the reset, but a little too late. So can't drop down on the ball quickly enough. But the pressure's still forming. Mustufluck are advancing. Mads puts it past one here. Karka has to go for the boost, but there's the pass over to Creamy. It's blocked, but not enough as Creamy gets right through.
You know what, Pyro? We said that these goals didn't look pretty and calculated the whole way through. That one muscled through and lives up to that. But again, a goal is a goal, and that was the most critical thing for Mustufluck, to break that drought and get their first shot in. 1 minute and 25 seconds now up for grabs for the second goal that they need. Hasn't been easy going to get that first one, and maybe more creativity and a small smidgen of luck could be doused on their gameplay to make it work, but they've at least done step number 1.
I mean, listen, that was meticulous from Mustufluck. They worked the possession, they got the infield pass, and they committed to the shot. That's another similar opportunity, yet that pass going to pretty much nobody. Mustufluck need to telegraph these passes at least to their teammates and make sure there's the positioning around it, because guess what? You got 3/4 of a minute left, and you do not want to have to do the second reverse sweep in best of 7 SSA history here. You want to find this goal.
Goal right now. They finally get a good look. That's a bad jump coming out there. Difficult bounce, fended off towards the side, but certainly not uncontested. Karka going to have work to do in the corner. Doesn't manage to get into the boost, and Creamy giving absolutely no quarter right now. Sticks around, gets involved with this. Mads gets beaten close, and Creamy was only just rotating back. I assume he picked up that boost. It's enough to buy the time for his team, but here comes Hay. They've got 10 seconds left. Even if they don't get the goal here, they're very content to leave it down this side of the field. They would, of course, love to put insult to injury right now. Shut it down. Ball finally trickling down to the other side of the field. Can Rexo keep it up? Does manage to find it. Creamy, a little bit of a fortuitous bounce. Karka wants to shut this down right now. It touches the ground, and Hay on a clear streak for that full sweep, ready to go. They just need one more game.
I mean, these guys are savages, Altruism. Like, playing with that suffocation play style towards the end of that game with the goalie demolition, going for shots when you're in the lead is diabolical. But again, Hay with Riz, this is a confident team. They have every reason to be confident. Mustufluck found probably their best offensive progression that we've seen yet this series, and you saw that with the shot counts. They're winning there with a difference of maybe 6-4. The point is, even with all that offense, even with all that possession, Hay with Riz, despite the one goal they did concede, still look to be in control.
Yeah, and it's surprising to me when you look at that shot tally, right? Hay ended up with 3, and there was definitely a majority there for Mustufluck. So when you look at something like that, you're going, Mustufluck taking all the shots, putting on the pressure, surely they were the ones dictating it, and it didn't feel like that. Even when the ball was on the orange side for the vast majority, Hay didn't look flustered. They looked like they were getting the rotations out there. They did as much work to keep the ball away. They were getting some nice intercepts. And when they were in the corners, they were still able to break out of their half in a way that Mustufluck in the beginning games just didn't seem to do.
Listen to me, there is still the primary operative of Mustufluck, which is get the ball away of Karka. This guy is... the most terrible thing to happen to Mustufluck today. Every game he's putting off clips, whether it's Yvonne getting the air dribble bump pass to him, whether it's him in a 1v2 counterattack, dismantling the defenders. Mustufluck, you've got your target, now take him out.
Even there, he goes for the demo play, steals their boost in the corner in front of his teammate, who has got the... What a play, Rexo! The psychology comes out there. We said, hey, he wasn't looking flustered, but neither is this man. Picks it up off the wall, doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, and Reevesy believes 100% he's cutting infield, and he just holds it on the outside, forces it through, and Mustufluck take our first lead.
And that's tough for Reevesy. You have the boost advantage there. You just need to not get outsmarted on the 1v1 performance. Problem is, Rexo had you dead to rights. I mean, that was just well played there. on the solo play from Rexo, and well played from Mads as well to get the save off the backboard.
Great save. Hey, just showing that they're not going to take that last goal lying down quietly, so they're back into this. Mustuflug, though, starting to spread out nicely. They're going to have to do some work at the back line, but a textbook save comes out. Rexo struggling to find this out of the corner. Gets contested a little bit too fast by Ivan Karka. Going to take the shots. Denied out. Great save. Mustuflug holds their composure for now, but and they go against this extended period that Hay is starting to build up.
Really impressive read there from Creamy, and oh no, Hay with Riz. The idea is there, but shot taker not coming in on time. Nicely handled though by Reeves. He gets the demolition. This could open up a shot chance there as Ivan goes in for the shot. Karka utilizing all the boost there. Get one touch on Mads. No pinch. Instead, it's forced to Creamy. To the midfield, Rexo takes past Ivan. Mustuflug looking a little more coordinated, I say that, as Mads has to dive for the ball to make sure Hey with Riz don't get an open shot. I want to get too ahead of myself here, as Hey with Riz could just be on the doorstep of their equalizer.
You know, the crazy thing to me about Hay right now is how actively they're throwing all three players into this. They know that they can get back or that they're rotating, and so there's zero hesitation for that final shot play. And even with that, Mustuflug, they're broken out of the deadlock. They found their way down now to the opponent's goals and starting to link up together, struggling to get it out this corner for a decent pass, but Rexo gonna have another shot. No, gives it off to Mads. Mads trying to clear it out, still isolated into this horrible angle. And Hay gets the breakaway. Rexo has to do some pretty adept work there to get it out the corner, and still, Hey, hanging around, getting another player in there, gets challenged by Ivan, who hasn't got out. Karka just wasn't in the angle. Reeves, he is! Hey, it's taken them half the game, but they brought it back just through tenacity and teamwork.
Just a truly nasty pass from Ivan. He tees it up to himself off the side wall and then finds it right off the backboard. Mustuflug had no way really to read what they were cooking there. And how long have Hey with Riz realistically lasted trailing in any of these games? Maybe like 30 seconds to a minute. Now they're not even tied. I mean, this team will not quit.
No, they won't. The whole way through that, there was such a nice period from Mustuflug, but that's basically all they've had to look at in this game. That first minute was theirs, and Hay has decided the rest of this game. They want to finish it right here, right now. We got 4 games of Rocket League, and we're nearly finished our first, if nothing changes in the next 2 minutes.
Well, Mustuflug, they're not going to give in either. We see this team work wonders in this region, but maybe that's just going to be history. That's just going to be part of the past as Reevesy, Ivan, they're your future.
Mads catches that corner. It happens to all of us. Whether you're in gold or grand champ, you are going to struggle with those goalposts, and just comes off awkwardly. It should have been a routine save. It wasn't, and instead now, Hey, completely in the driver's seat. Mustuflug needs to link something up together. This chat prediction, this seemed to have been on the right side, on the money. They know these players, and they know that these are guys that we need to worry about. Mustuflug, like you said, though, not going to give up early, and Rexo has been dastardly on these dribbles the whole day.
I mean, is Rexo the last hope of the Danes? This is their second goal of the game. Again, solo played by Rexo. Maybe that's the objective here for Mustuflug, but we also just think back to their own goal earlier in this series. Just when we thought they were recovering from such an instance, looks like they never got that firm foundation built against this explosive attack from Hey with Riz.
Talking about explosive, Karka looking for that one on the goal line, and that's just the mentality of, hey, they got to pick up a 4th goal, get themselves back to that 2-goal lead, and once more, Mustuflug, even with 2 players around, can't link up well enough to get this ball clear, and Mads had no chance on the goal line there. Goal number 4, Ivan going to be credited with one of his first, actually.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, Mustuflug, you gotta be moving around on your rotations. You saw Mads backing up in the net, preparing for that shot. There's no forward momentum to read an opposite post shot there. They're asking for that fourth goal to happen. Kark off the ceiling, put it down against all three of them, and put this game away.
Man, this game I was so excited for. I really wanted to see what these internationals look like, and it must have, like, considering they are the ones going toe-to-toe with Limitless, were really the benchmark. And right now, Hey has gone, okay, all eyes on us. We've got this. Got a minute left, and it's really almost academic right now because I have not seen a team come in and really stamp their authority on RLCS day one like this.
Oh my, Yvonne almost doing it again. 6 goal was close there. Must do Fluck on their final hope here. It is Mads. Air dribble across the way, trying to read this carry from Reevesy. Won't happen. We climb the sidewall, and Karka with another pinch towards the net. Oh, don't do it to him like this. Just barely must do Fluck get away, but I don't think they're getting away from the sweep result.
3 goals in 20 seconds. It feels like Mustuflug has given up, and it makes me sad because they have been a fun team to watch, and they looked like they had their moments of brilliance, but today it just didn't link up between own goals and slow contests, shots that are not as potent as they want to be and struggling to get out of their own half. It has not been their greatest showcase of Mustuflug, but hey, gotta walk away with this. The deserved winners, the undisputed champions here of the lower bracket. They keep themselves alive, and Mustuflug are out of SSA for the first qualifier.
They're gone. Our top 8 turns to top 7 as Mustuflug depart from our main event here for the first open of RLCS SSA, and it's off a dominating performance from Hey with Riz. There were those moments for Mustuflug. Rexo on those solo plays there in game 4. We saw some pretty nice infield passing plays as well middle of this series, but the domination from Karka, the tee-ups from Yvonne on those air dribble bump and demolitions, it was too much for them to handle.
I mean, just when you look at these highlights, every single player from Hey got involved with these. I love that connection going out there. And like you said, I mean, Karka was an indomitable force. Got to be man of the match for me. But he was so well supported. It never felt like Karka was dribbling the ball from his side to the other side on his own, and that was the defining factor. It was that the team of Hey was thereabouts, and never let go.
Two things I want to say. First, currently, I'm the only talent on desk with 100% correct predictions. So we are off to a rocking start. I'm very pleased with that. The second thing I want to say is that I was doing some work this morning. I was trying to get it wrapped up because I wanted to catch some of the OCE action. Finally, my work wrapped up. I went to the OCE stream and it was done. So I went to Liquipedia and it was, I think only one series wasn't as sweet. So they speed ran their way through this day. And I was convinced we wouldn't see that here, but what a start. And my goodness, Machfish, Hey with Riz looked terrifying. Mustuflug are a great team.
Yeah, Mustuflug are great. We talked about it before, but this was really a statement, wasn't it? Like, to come out like that and to come out swinging after losing yesterday to Cosmico, that clearly didn't sit right with them, so they wanted to show everyone, hey, okay, yeah, you could lose to Cosmico. Cosmico are great, but we are still going to do this lower bracket run.
Well, I saw Goose in chat. The coach for Hey Riz said, this looks bad for the desk. No one believed in Hey with Riz, but Greybeard did. And I got to be honest, Goose. It's not that I believed. It was just that I just wanted to be different to the desk. But I'm glad for you that they won. But Pyro, I don't know. Was this Mustuflug just not showing up on the day, or is this Hey Riz stepping it up there?
I've looked a lot at Mustuflug because they've handed off match against Limitless, and really Limitless to me in their losses earlier against Mustuflug, that was kind of off mistakes, and it was because of this like speedy, high octane play style that the Danes really like to play, this super aggression, and Hey with Riz just didn't get aggressed. They didn't get disrupted. They were really in control of this game through and through. And I feel like for Mustuflug, if they're gonna win, they're gonna take their opponents off guard. You could see that Karka, Yvonne, and Reevesy, they weren't taken off guard in one step, maybe on some 1v1s, but other than that, they felt comfortable at this fast pace of play, and now anyone that's going to be going against Hey with Riz have to be ready for that as well.
You know, Greg, something I said that in that match was composure. And that's what Hay seemed to have in spades. You know, their challenges were really methodical. You know, they went in and timed it and, you know, shadowed people to the side if that was the better play. Their plays themselves were so well constructed. They slowed it down. We saw a couple of times, there was the one pop that Karka made. He just chips it. There's 3 people in his sidelines and he goes, okay, I know you guys aren't getting to this. Slowly chips it into there, carry it through. There was such composure the whole way through that game. It's going to take a real challenge for anyone to offset the mentality here, I think, of this Hay side.
What that does mean is we have our first elimination, and it's Must-Do Fluck. And I guess the downside of there being so many EU teams in the top 8 is that the chances of the EU versus EU eliminations are there. And we've seen the first of it. And Hey with Riz are going to move forward. But they will play the winner of Maestros and Dunno Chief. So that's going to be another EU versus EU elimination. And I guess from an SSA perspective, that is that's good. That's good for us because we don't want to. You know, the more work they can do themselves, the better for us. 1
down, 4 to go, right? That's the idea, right? But no, genuinely, I think it was also a case of Master Fluck not just appearing on the day. Like this series, I don't think that if we play it 10 more times, it ends 4-0 every single time. In fact, I think probably that Hey with Riz win most of them, but a 4-0, I think that must be the outlier. Master Fluck, especially Creamy, just didn't look clean at all. They looked very heavy and very unsure. You mentioned it, I think both Pyro and Alt mentioned it in the cast as well. Their communication just didn't seem as clean as it normally is, or as clean as it needs to be to really do something against this caliber of player.
If things had been slightly different, if things had gone differently, it was a tense match last night between Must-Do Fluck and Limitless, going to Game 5. So let's say things worked out a little differently. A Limitless side against this Hey Riz side. Let's start with you, Pyro. How do you feel the Limitless you saw last night against the Hey with Riz you saw today?
That's a tough comparison to make. I don't even know when they would match up if they do, but I'll tell you this. Both of them would love to play each other. Listen, Hey with Riz, like I think all of us want to see that matchup happen, especially after Cosmico took them down, right? So maybe it's just the theme today of who's really on their game. Mock mentioned it earlier. Maybe this isn't really the Must-Do Fluck that we'll always see in every open. Maybe they have a higher ceiling to hit. So who is ready once we get to main event, once we get to the big stage? And when we talk about that, I'm getting excited for the match coming up, Genesix and Ball Eater, because Genesix had to go through the gambit all this event just to get to this stage. And I know they're excited to represent their region.
But before we come to that, we might see Hey with Riz in the semi-finals against Limitless. If Hey win their quarterfinals, Limitless win against Cosmico later today, then that would be a semi-final that would be there for Sunday, which is very exciting.
The nature of the bracket, which you saw on the screen a moment ago, is that today there will be 2 eliminations. We've seen one of them. The next elimination will be either Genesix or Ball Eater, and that means 6 teams will go through to tomorrow. That's the nature of this bracket. So 4 series today, 5 tomorrow, all of them best of 7. And if we get more sweeps, it might be a shorter day, but I do think it is going to be a little less. I don't think we're going to get too many sweeps. But before we get to talk about Genesix and Ball Eater, there is an interview. We're going to be having a chat with the coach for Hey Riz, Goose, and Machtfish will be giving him the third degree or not. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Graven. And I'm here joined with Goose. Hello and welcome. GG's and congratulations on your team's win.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Well, so tell me about like the vibe in the team at the moment. Obviously, you came in yesterday. You lost to Cosmico in a Game 5 clash, and then you have to do the lower bracket run. You look at the bracket, and then you see Mustaflux as your opponents. What was going through your head and also like your players' heads?
Yeah, so we just weren't playing the best yesterday, to be honest with you. Don't get me wrong, Cosmico, amazing team. I love all their players. I'm pretty good friends with most of their players, actually. When we saw that we had Mustaflux, we were a little bit worried. But we had scrimmed against them a few times, so we knew that we had the ability. We just had to show it, and luckily we were able to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, luckily you were. Was it a case of you making Mustaflux look bad on the pitch? Or was it just that you just have that number playstyle-wise? What do you think? Is it one or two, or
I
maybe
think
just
it's
a combination?
we play the exact same playstyle as them. It's just with those Spanish players, the pressure. Oh man, it's hard to get. It's hard.
Yeah, we of course here down in SSA, we all know about the Spanish pressure. We all know about that playstyle. But I mean, you've easily dispatched of Mustaflux right now, right?
Yeah.
You're now waiting on the loser of Dano Chief or the Spanish Maestros.
Correct.
That run that you have in front of you, it looks very difficult. Potentially limitless in there as well in the semifinal. What's the idea now? Talk me about the next 24 hours. What are you going to do? Are you going to do a bit of a replay session, or are the players just free to chill out and prepare on their own?
So right now we're just going to kind of relax for today. We're probably going to have a scrim tomorrow. We'll go over it right before and then hop in with either Maestros or Dano Chief. With
Any
Limitless, I think that we'll be able to take them, but I think it's going to be 4-2, 4-3. Be entirely honest with you, they're a very good team. I have a lot of respect for those three.
Yeah, then potentially Limitless in the semis. How are you going to prepare for that one?
So we've been scrimming. We actually scrimmed Limitless today as our warm-up scrim for this, and it went okay. We do need to do a little bit more work with them, but I think we'll be able to pull it out, hopefully.
I mean, best of luck. That's all I really can say. Thank you, Goose, for joining us. And
peace, guys.
Hope you have a great day.
Yeah,
Peace.
of course.
And let's take it back to the desk and get right in.
All right. Well, that is 1 down, 3 to go, and now we get to a series which, for me at least, feels like it has a little more at stake. Our second series, and it is EU up against SSA, Genesix and Ball Eater. And Genesix, they had an interesting run. They have made life hard for themselves. In the GSL last night, they were almost reverse swept twice. They come out banging. They take 2 games. They're looking great. And then, I don't know, foot off the gas, a loss of focus. I don't know what it is. And then have to really sweat it out to win. But when they did, to get themselves here. So first step accomplished. But now they need to go that little bit further. Daps and Declan have not made a top 8 since this very regional last year. So it's been a while for them. Friction, he's made a top 2 before, being a top 4, top 8 sometimes. So they do have experience, guys. So, but Ball Eater have done well. And Machtfish, you were just talking to Goose, but your thoughts on the Ball Eater clan?
It's the first Frenchie that coming down, and actually that's the one player I'm going to focus the most on this Ball Eater side. It's Chester, who is an incredible once player first and foremost, but also not too shabby in threes either, and being supported by the Norwegian Q-Tips and the Spaniard in Mira. They're certainly going to be a test for Genesix, and a really, really hard one at that. But Genesix have shown that they can really do some damage. So I'm very intrigued. I think it's going to be very much decided on if Genesix show up to play. They can take this upset.
Yeah, I'm going to jump on that point as well. We saw it in the first game. two good teams can come in, but if only one shows up, it's a pretty well-determined result. And both these teams have had their ups and their downs. You know, they've had their moments of brilliance in the qualifiers. And I look at someone like Genesix, who's, I know those players more than I know the Ball Eater players, and they've always been kind of like breaking down the door. They've been trying to force, like you say, into that top 8, the top 6. And they go and they beat someone like 77 Block, someone that we have seen in a lot of RLCS history here in SSA. And then you go down in like a full sweep down to Cristobal Colon. And then 2-3 was a hard loss for them to Desped yesterday. And I'm going, but they've beaten teams better than these guys before. So it really is all about today. You have one chance. You have 7 games. That's it.
Let's hear from chat. The chat vote is now open. You can vote. Lend your voice to the team you believe is going to take down the series. Hashtag BE, hashtag G6. And Genesix are a team that I believe have not played or succeeded to their potential. They seem to have the ingredients there, but have not gotten to greatness. They've come close, they've been there, they've been thereabouts, but today is a day where they can take it that step further, Pyro.
They've got the ingredients. They've got a main ingredient in Friction. That's who I want to see pop off today. I know he is fully capable of hitting the right shots, bringing that quality of the attack to this team. And Friction, to me, is also one of the most clutch players in terms of SSA locals. I always see him behind the ball when the team needs him the most. So my eyes are on you, Friction. The pressure is on to pop off for this team. That being said, for Genesix, they've kind of had their awkward tumbles in this event as well. We've talked about these close best of 5s, these all the way to game 5, almost getting reverse sweep. They also went against Maestros and did not have a clean showing. There were some really tough deficits that they had to fight. So for Genesix, I want to see them come into this match with confidence. Even with those big blows against them, they have what it takes to make this a close match.
It is, from my perspective, they've got to make a mental leap. Like, they've got the mental strength to get them as far as they've gotten, and now there has to be a sense of belief. And I'm hoping the experience of Friction, and it made all the difference with that VS Gaming final that they succeeded in winning. And granted, there were some big players and teams that weren't there, but they did push it that far. And Friction, I think, has he's been to a grand final along with White Rabbit Gaming, so I hope he does take it all the way with them. And if they can instill that sense of belief, they can get somewhere. How are we feeling, Ultrazim, prediction-wise? So, Ball Eaters, Genesix.
Why are you doing this to me, man? You started with me last time. Go that way. Go that.
Just because you're all the way over there.
All right. So I've already given up my 100% prediction. So this is now a tactical move. I think on paper, Ball Eaters is the better team, right? My heart is saying go with the SSA team. That's where my heart lies. But here's my tactical play. I'm going to vote Ball Eaters. Because either way, either I get my prediction right, or we get to keep an SSA team. That's the brilliant play.
Hedging one's bets.
You know what? I would just like to copy and paste what Mike just said, and because my heart really wants Genesix to win. I really like them, and they are trying to assert themselves currently as also the third best local team. They have got plenty of competition from, for example, Highball, that could come their way, but there's a difference between third best down here and against players that look as strong as the Ball Eater players. They've beaten Mustaflak yesterday, they've beaten Chocolate, they've beaten Highball. So for me, I think Ball Eater is the logical decision, but not the decision I want.
Wow,
So,
okay.
Listen. We're going to talk all about the SSA development, closing the gap. This is the season where they surprise us, and then we're all gonna vote ball leader. Heck no, give me Genesix. I believe in the boys. They've been around the gambit season after season after season after season in the RLCS. This is the unit we need to show up. They need to show up for the locals. They got to do it for the region. That's the kind of internal motivation that their opponents cannot compare to. Come on, Genesix.
I'm slightly disappointed. I have mixed emotions. I'm disappointed you went with Genesix only because all of you going one way and me going the other way worked out very, very well for the last series. I am not known for predicting games based on logic and information. My heart is firmly rooted. I know what I want, and possibly logically, maybe Ball Eaters are the team to back. But for me, Genesix, SSA, today is the day where Daps and Declan make a top 6 and hopefully push forward to a top 4 and overall just and eliminate another EU team. So for me, Friction, Declan, Daps are going to do the work today. I think it's going to be hard work, but I do think they will take it in a 4-2. And in chat are going the right way. 60% for Genesix, 40% for the Ball Eaters. So I am down with that. So as long as it is entertaining and close. Hey, listen, I wouldn't turn down a sweep though. I would be quite happy with a sweep if Genesix were to take it, but I do think we're going to get an entertaining series. And I also get to cast this one. Macht and I will be casting it, but Macht, there is the potential of my heart breaking live on stream.
Nah, there's never that potential. I'm just happy to have you back in the pit. We didn't get to do that last year, right?
It is now time. Our second series of the day. EU versus SSA, the Ball Eaters. Genesix, our final elimination match for the day. It gets underway right now.
We've been here before, haven't we, Ryan? EU versus SSA, but not the very big guns just yet. It's just a taster. It's an appetizer for what is to come down the pike today and also the rest of tomorrow, as the Ball Eaters have flown down from Europe. But they are here to defend the 4. Genesix, Friction, the old maestro, with 2 exciting young talents in Declan and Daps.
And there is the potential of us going into top 6 tomorrow with a 50-50 split between the regions. Let's go, Commandos! It's howling time. They're away. Ball Eaters on the blue side. Genesix on the orange side. And we're off. And I have a feeling there's not going to be too much croaking and prodding. It's into an attack right away with Genesix fend off.
Genesix already under pressure, but already dealing with it rather brilliantly. Now, quick counter to Q-tips. The Norwegian has a shot, and the Norwegian sniper will not miss. It's 1-0 for the Ball Eaters.
That was a Norwegish, and hopefully, sometimes getting scored upon early is the ice water dip, the wake up call. But it is Ball Eaters 1 up after 23 seconds. Genesix need to respond.
Respond they do by trying to establish some sort of control in the midfield. Friction, first shot, it's up high. Mira can't reach it. Chester will have to move out, but the Frenchman, he will be there.
I understand it's a French pronunciation and everything, but it's hard for me not to call him Chester. But Chester it is, and he has the ball, looking for the double tap. He gets it. It's a phenomenal shot. Undefended. Genesix are 2 behind.
Undefended, undefendable? Question mark. How do you get to that? High up on the backboard, and the angle down is just absolutely pristine. It's 2-0 in favor of the Ball Eaters, and Genesix, well, they have some work right in front of them. The goodness, of course, this game and this series, Greybeard, it's still very, very young.
Oh, Declan looking for the flip reset, but taking a little too long and getting dispossessed. Daps now is up. Chester trying to meet him up in the air. He beats one. He's got to get it down. It's there. Someone needs to put it into the net. It's gone up again, and it allows Chester to clear it off the backboard.
But still, the pressure maintains. Declan trying Friction now into the corner. Chester waiting on the 100 boost, will not get it immediately, has it now, and uses it to get out into the midfield. Musty flick, but not over anyone. Declan will stand his ground, and Genesix, they sort of solidify here after an opening minute that could have gone better.
Yeah, in the case of Genesix, I feel it's incredibly important they get a goal. And I know that's an obvious thing to say, but I mean it from a belief point of view, and just in terms of settling them and knowing that they can do it against them. This might be it! There it is! Daps will get the opener for Genesix! They're on the board, and now the fight shall commence!
SSA rejoice! A mighty 50 by Friction, and the Daps upside down will put it over the line. And now the home faithful, they do have some power, they do have some force that they can stand behind. Genesix harnessing all of that energy.
I'm incredibly, well, I don't want to say I'm biased, but I have a preference. But and I hope it's not just that giving me a very good feeling about what might happen. From this point, there's an open net, but no one from Genesis close enough to make anything happen with it. And Ball Eater can get possession, but immediately give it away. A little bit panicked by the defense. They had time to hang on to it and build an attack, but an attack coming forward, which Genesix do clear. But building again from Ball Eater.
Friction trying to get into midfield, does so successfully with the help of Declan. Great interception though by Q-Tips, as Ball Eaters very, very slowly trying to work their way out. That goal of Dabs, it has left some marks. Ball Eater not as aggressive anymore on the front line, forcing themselves to go back to play a secure way. Dabs once more has the pass down. Friction just missed.
Oh, man, that was close. Very, very close. It's been popped high in the middle, but it's Miro who's going to get there first and meet it and head it over toward the orange net. Now down into the middle. Terrible pass. Fortunately, Daps on the backboard there to clear it, but Genesix, the makers of their own undoing just about.
More worryingly, though, still behind in this game one, still chasing that one goal to equalize. And Mira not able to latch on that one. Declan in the air already intercepting. Dabs faking the pass down to Friction. That's actually really smart, Chester. That was wise to force from Q-Tips. And Chester's sort of patience, they will have done the rest. Ball Eaters to survive. But here comes Declan high through the sky. Double reset, but too far to the side. Can't get the angle goal.
We've seen Chester move a very aggressive player. Since the Genesix goal, he's gotten up front a few times, but always with no boost and unable to really capitalize on his movement forward. This is heading toward the net. It's very awkward. It's dangerous. It's saved. And Declan will get it all the way over to the other side, and maybe they can make something of it. But immediately they got to turn around in defense. And at least for the moment, we're seeing the battle of the booming clears. That's heading toward the net, but Mira's there to clear it away.
Good reaction time from Mira, but that shot, it's dangerous. Friction just wide. And once again, the Ball Eaters can counter-attack. And if you have a counter, who do you call? The Frenchman, Chester, with a 3-1.
Oh, the brutality of it. We've seen two misses from Friction. Friction with two clear opportunities, both of them not making the most of it. And on that occasion, getting the worst punishment possible. Countered and scored on the other side, and now it's looking very like a Ball Eater game one.
Very, very likely indeed. Chester putting that team not on his back necessarily, but definitely being instrumental to this game one victory. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Declan, if he'd left that for Friction, could have been a late bit of heroism coming out of Genesix, but alas, it wasn't meant to be. Game one goes to Ball Eaters.
Ball Eater take game one. I am encouraged, though, by the later performance from Genesix. They seemed to get a little more organized as the game went on, certainly after their opening goal. But Friction is so critical to the side, and he's got to pounce on the opportunities when they come, because you sense that with Ball Eater, there's not going to be a lot of them. So when they do happen, you got to make them happen. And look at this angle from Chester. That was just savage.
I've seen Chester win a German 1v1 LAN where he was doing those sort of angles for fun. So very much aware that this is something he can bring. He is a once expert, so his mechanics are going to be very precise, and that's something that Genesix have to deal with at this point. Unfortunately, not dealing with it well enough just in game 1, but long series, Ryan. Nothing to worry about just yet, right?
The best thing about a best of 7 is there's no need to panic early. There might be a need to panic a lot later, but for now we're okay. I've said I'm encouraged. I do believe Genesis fight back here. There's a lot of aura that comes with some of these EU teams. Must Do Flux certainly had a lot. They were a big scary team coming in, but they've got to understand that they are there and thereabouts. If they stick to their game plan, they have the capacity to beat them.
Certainly do, as game 2 now commences. And I mean, you said you wanted to see more from Friction. I actually quite like the idea that Friction is trying to have as being more of the backbone, the rotational stabilitator of the team, knowing that probably just mechanically both Daps and Declan have his number. So I like Friction sitting back, trying to be in the right position, trying to be where it's needed, and that is right there, clearing it to the side, allowing for his team to get some time to rotate into defense.
The opening minutes so far, it's been most opportunities have gone to Ball Eater. Genesix doing most of the defending consequently in this opening minute. Maybe now with the breakaway, Chester having to go all the way back. His boost doesn't spawn. He does now pick it up, and that's pretty dangerous, but he is dispossessed, but it's all the way back, and Genesix have to build from their own goal line, from their own corner. Here they go. It's 50 cross field, and still it is inside their half. They haven't cleared it out with any confidence for any length of time to build anything. This is heading toward a net, but Q-tips. He knows where he's got to be, gets up and brings it right back to Genesix.
We had it earlier in game 1 where we had a phase of play where a lot of booming clears were played, and still we seem to have still not left the tennis pitch as more booming clears come down. Again, one from Friction upside down. It's going to force Ball Eaters back. Chester and Mira deal with it though. No problems there, but Friction holds on the midfield. Declan just a tiny bit too slow.
And that's probably the best period of play they've had going forward, and it wasn't very long. Now it's a 1v1. Declan's on it. He jumps up, going for the ball. He doesn't get it, but the follow-up is there. Daps puts it in. Genesix in front.
Great cut from Declan, then 1v1. You can't envy Q-tips in that position. Basically zero boost, gets the first touch, still avoids the demo, still. But then, still, Declan and had support in form of Daps. 1-0 in favor of the home locals. And Daps trying to get a second. It's a big shot. He just demoed away, opening the vein for Declan.
Oh my goodness, this play was sensational. Oh, that demo from Friction. Everybody from Genesix involved. It's a 2-goal lead, and away we go.
I could feel the hate that Friction has for that defender, and I'm not even on the same continent.
Oh, now we see a whiff, uncharacteristic, and Genesix are able to get back on it. They're putting themselves, and after they weathered an opening minute where I wouldn't say they were under the cosh, but they were certainly under pressure. And now we're on a 1v1 again. Daps doesn't have a lot of boost. It's been popped back into the middle. There's a shot. There's an open net. There's a third goal for Genesix.
Oh, hello. Genesix have come to play. A 50-50 or a rather cut-and defensive rotation that goes awry. The bounce favors Genesix massively. And with halftime in game 2, we've asked for a response and we've gotten a mighty answer.
An emphatic response. It's been fantastic, but they can't sit back on their laurels. Ball Eater, we know, will be able to respond very quickly. There's an open net once again. They're scrambling back the angle in front of the net. And Ball Eater once again looking a little awkward in front of the net. They do get it away. Chester trying to cause disruption on the front line. Steals the boost, makes his way out. And Genesix weather and move it back over, and another demo physical plays. And Ball Eaters are under huge pressure.
And look at the man who does all the demolition work. Friction, causing some of that very friction himself on the pitch, and being a thorn in the sides of the Ball Eaters who are trying to play it more passively, who are trying to play it more calculated. But if you do, and Friction recognizes that, then you'd run the risk of just being bumped and demoed away.
Man, fantastic defense there, a very important block. And now there's a sense of belief with Genesix. And what has to follow now is stamina. Best of sevens go long. So one good game is not enough. It's playing like this 4 games, preferably in a row. But you got to find 4 games in you somewhere. But this is a great start in that pursuit. Declan is going to bring it down. He gets another touch, puts it awkwardly in front of the net. But Friction not wanting to commit to that play. To Chester now, the 1v1 player. Bang! What a save from Daps!
How on earth was that not the first goal for Ball Eaters in Game 2? I don't know. I don't think Daps knows how he got that one up, but still, he does. It's one of those games where everything just goes in your favor. Q-tips on the line. Denies a 4th of Genesix, but now they just have to play the clock. Get 1 game on the board and let the series commence from there. Friction down, Chester will catch.
And the physical play, though, from Genesix, it's been remarkable, and it has worked so well for them. It's just made Ball Eaters so awkward. And with 18 seconds, I mean, it would be a momentous throw if they lost it from here. But you know what? Do not give your opponents hope. They've got to take a clean sheet. They will have massive confidence if they can pull that off. Maybe 4 goals. Bang! There it is! A 4-0 win, if nothing else weird happens in the last 4 seconds.
It's a win. I think we could definitely settle on that point. It's a win for Genesix. Be it 4-0, 4-1, 5-0, whatever. Doesn't really matter. But whatever it may be, this just, for me, proves the image I have of Genesix in my head is that it's possibly the most inconsistent team locally. Oh, come on, Daps! Oh, come on, Daps! The peak has arrived!
And you know what? I hope they haven't burnt it all here in Game 2. This has been a sensational performance. And now this Genesix has to show up in Games 3, 4, and 5. And if it does, they will take it down. But you've alluded to that consistency. If there's ever a time they needed to be consistent, it's right here, right now, going into Game 3.
There are no freebies in top 8. Simple as that. You have to be on this level for at least an entire series, if not at least 3 or 4 games to make it worth your while. But we talked about it a bit earlier on the panel with Pyro and Alt. Genesix have that problem where they play great for 1 or 2 games, but then there's nothing more that they can give, and they are on the verges of being reverse swept. They had to defend from 2 reverse sweeps in the GSL bracket. They were reverse swept once in the Swiss. So even though this game was fantastic, I'm still not 100% convinced by Genesix.
A Game 3 performance similar to this would go a long way to tilting the balance toward conviction of that. And you're 100% correct. And this is and this has been the story of Genesix. Is they have always been there. They have performances like this. They're close, they're thereabouts. You feel there are so many teams that they've lost to that they could have beaten if they'd only sort of stayed, been consistent throughout the series. So now is the time. What a great stage. All of these players have been to this phase of being in the top 8. Friction has gone further. Declan and Daps never have. And they've got to break it now. This is their best opportunity to make a top 6 and potentially a top 4.
And who would have seen this sentence coming about 2 or 3 months ago, or about a year ago? The best opportunity for these young players to make a top 6 or their best career RLCS finish potentially happening when half of the European bubble is invading. Speaks to the quality of Declan and Dev, speaks to the resilience of Daps and Declan.
It's a bit of a tongue twister. There's a lot going on there. All right. Well, seeing what they can do now. Now there's the absolute knowledge that they can do it. Okay. Well, you know what? We can't beat the consistency horse. The consistency horse to death. They are here, but it's been a minute and a bit, and it is goalless. Maybe now, surely somebody's got to be there. The shot from Daps.
Oh!
What? Was there a bump?
The bump!
Oh, beautiful! Genesix in front.
Who did it? I think it was Declan coming out of the goal and clearing, absolutely harassing the opponent away. What a bump! What a goal! What an ingenious idea to just send it.
Well, they've come out in game 3 how they left game 2, which is great to see, but now they've got to defend. They've got to focus. That's right down, and Q-Tips, after being shut out in game 2, puts Ball Eaters back on the board to level it up.
A quick turn there for Myron. A miss on Daps is going to allow Chester to just tee it up for Q-Tips, who puts it in 1-all. The Ball Eaters, they've got their first goal in 7 minutes, and now Genesix have gotten off the snowball. The momentum has been broken. Now they need to dig deeper. Now they still need to show that they are with a chance.
Right, this is floating down. It looked awkward for a moment, but Mira had it there, and there's been a huge miss. This is trouble. Trouble for Genesix. They need to reset. They need to focus. But then there's been a miss from Ball Eater. I don't know if he was pushed off of it, bumped off of it. Great work from Declan. He's 1v2, pops it up. Can he get there again? He fakes. It's high in front of the net. The shot is going to cross bar and go away. But still pressure for Genesix, at least for the moment. Mira gets an anything touch just to get it away.
But here comes Daps. It's going to be awkward, but just the perfect position to deal with exactly that touch into the upper curvature of the backboard. Q-Tips down to Chester. He's got Mira as an option. Decides to go solo instead. A late handoff. Mira will come onto it. No worries though. Declan to the side. Declan to safety. And Declan into the counter-attack.
All right, here they come. It's popped out into the middle. No one's up, but there is a little bit of a double commit. It might give an opportunity to bring it back. Q-Tips attempt to clear, only brings it back into his own corner. Q-Tips still can't clear. It is high. Mira can't get there. Friction heads it toward the net. Oh, the angle was there. Great save, but the rebound. Daps. Genesix back in front.
And all in play. No one had any boost. Daps needed to bury it. And guess what? He absolutely did. 92 kph. Good enough placement. And Genesix back in front.
Woo! Good stuff. Yeah, this is good from Genesix. They weathered the storm. They came back from conceding off a little bit of a defensive mistake, and they've got themselves back in front. And now here they go again. Declan doesn't get much of a touch on that, but it is in the Ball Eaters' corner, so they will converge. Picking up the boost is Mira, and here he goes. Solo play, one to beat. Oh! And Chester coming in, rockets it, but it's saved, and now maybe a counter-attack.
No counter just yet. Q-Tips to the side, but will pay with his car for that effort. Open for just a bit, and no one really wanted to go on it on the side of Genesix. They were like, hey, hang on, why is this open? Where's the defender coming from? Unsure, so rather let it go and reset as Daps has another shot. Cross the down, but not in.
Declan forming a close relationship with the crossbar. That's going to frustrate him no end. The touch here, great catch from Declan. Declan doing wonderful work here. Touched high up, it's awkward. Friction gets there to make sure it stays away. Once more, Genesix weather a bit of a storm, and now getting awkward over on the Ball Eater side. There might be a shot opportunity. Low in front, low in the midfield, boomed all the way over to the Genesix net.
A lot closer this game than the last minute, last 60 seconds commencing, and only one goal in it as Mira already pre-jumping off the ceiling gets the ball away and into the orange corner, still chasing it. The Spaniard will not give any breathing room. Chester! What a stop on the goal line from Declan again!
Man, oh man, Declan is turning into a superstar in this series. He has clutched out. Now Friction heading toward the net. It is going to get cleared via the backboard, but it is Declan once more up, keeps it in front of the Ball Eaters net, and it's cleared away. They are low boost, are the Ball Eaters, and they are struggling to. They are getting it out, but not building any kind of attack. Daps will go with the long clear. Q-tips right back in. Oh, the angled shot. Oh, it comes down. They get a crossbar down of their own, and it's cleared away. We're into the last 10 seconds. Genesix looking to hold on for a Game 3 win. Last 2 seconds, 1 second. Can they get it on the ground? There'll be one effort. Oh, and another shot is saved away, cleared away. One more. No. And finally it bounces. Genesix take Game 3.
What a defensive stand from Genesix. We asked them to defend their region, and defend is what they did, and with what passion they did it. Deep breaths now for the Genesix players. Declan with 5 saves, and every single one of those 5 has been absolutely nothing short of miraculous. I can't stress enough how good they look defensively.
A movie quote comes to mind. One of the greatest movies ever made was The Shawshank Redemption, and there's a discussion in the middle of that movie about hope. And someone says that hope is a dangerous thing. Hope gets you into trouble. And the response is that hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. And right now I have hope, and I'm feeling like it might be dangerous, but I'm very excited. So far, so good for Genesix. But again, we've highlighted this. Maybe we flogged the horse to death a little bit, Machtfish. Consistency. 2 great games. And I'm sure now maybe you're a little bit more leaning toward conviction, but job not done.
And far from, honestly. Not even close. You're halfway if you're Genesix. But Ball Eater has seen stabilizing influence in that last game. They've looked better rotationally, they look cleaner defensively, and I think they're just trying to puzzle the pieces, because if you're playing against that team at Genesix, if you're playing against such an unpredictable team like Genesix, it is very hard to adjust on the fly. They're hitting all the bumps, they're hitting all the demos, very effective demolitions as well, but Chester is hitting a mega dunk.
Man, oh man. And you know, if you're Genesix, you're gonna feel that's okay, I was gonna say unfortunate, that's not. That is Chester just reading that beautifully, taking it off the nose, and the angle is such that it squeezes past the last defender, and there's Ball Eaters who take first blood in Game 4.
And now Genesix have to show how they do playing from behind, not a situation they found themselves in the past 2 games, always having the luxury of the lead. Ball Eaters can now play a more solid. Silas Myra nearly putting it 2 for a second.
And now Genesix break out. It is going to land up in front. Awkward for a brief moment, but it is Chester. He's got an open net to shoot at. Not enough boost. Big defensive work needed. It's not there. Chester puts it in. 2-0 for Ball Eaters.
Here's a tank to come out of France. What a 50-50 again. They could see the benefits of being the ones, mate, the benefits of playing and grinding the 1v1 modes at nauseam. Perfect position, perfect dunk, perfect 50, and a 2-0 lead for the Ball Eaters.
Now, big work for Genesix. As that heading toward their net it is. Friction gets a soft touch away. It's very awkward, but Friction will complete the clear, or at least half does. Q-tips trying to get a 50 on in the final third. Popped up. Daps will take it forward. Now he's going to get dunked. They need to be cautious here. And it's a little bit of a scramble. Ball Eater are out for blood here. They want to extinguish what has just happened to them 2 games in a row.
Still a dangerous ball mid-Chester.
Oh dear.
Make it 3. Hat-trick hero. 3 shots, 3 goals. He is not done with this series just yet.
And now this is going to be a massive challenge to the Genesix mental. They would have been feeling amazing after those 2 performances. Now they find themselves 3 behind, and Ball Eaters couldn't recover from that. There might be one. No, it's touched. Last minute, but the rebound is there. And maybe they're going to bounce back here, because they've done what Ball Eaters couldn't do in Game 2. And that score after going 3 down.
And that's the old man doing it. Bottom right, perfect placement by Friction, and his first goal of this series comes in Game 4 and comes as a good time as well, right when his team needed him to step up to the plate. Captain Friction will not disappoint.
Okay, here's the ball over one. Q-Tips. He was lining himself up for the flip reset goal. This is going to be on net. They need to clear it long, and clear it long he does. And it might just become pretty awkward, but Mira does magnificently to make sure the clear is completed all the way over to the Genesix corner. But now high, potentially awkward in front of the net. Miscommunication. This can't be good. On the backboard, Declan, though, gets an all-important touch. But still plenty work to do. They are scrambling a lot in the defensive right now. Bang! It's wide! The rebound is wide! Genesix get away with one.
A brilliant pass down from Chester. But as you say, Genesix certainly feel like they've been gifted that one. Still in with 2 goals at the deficit. Declan onto net, no problem. But the Ball Eater defense is still... Genesix is struggling to find clear-cut opportunities. A cut-in from Declan is not going to mitigate that issue.
And there's another goal here from Genesix to bring it within 1 is going to make this a juicy game. There's a double commit in attack here. Might open up an opportunity on the other side for Daps. Oh, his touch lets him down, and he's dispossessed by Mira. Mira down right in front of the net. No teammate to finish it off, and Genesix will have another crack at getting it away, but it's a bit of a whiff station in the midfield. It does fall to Genesix for now.
Ball in their own defensive corner. Mira got the 100 boost as well, so pressure will remain by the Ball Eaters. I say that as Q-Tips just fails his wall dashes, so Genesix can clear their lines finally. It's Declan able to hold down the forward very shortly. Mira quickest to that one. Does he have the read? Yes, he does. Drops it down right in front of Q-Tips. What a second touch on Mira.
Yeah, that was vital, and you saw right there as Friction went up, it was quite clear from the angle we were seeing he wasn't going to get there in any comfortable fashion, and that touch, and all it needed was the toe-in, and the toe-in came. Ball Eaters are back in front by 3.
3 goals, the difference between the Ball Eaters and Genesix in, let's not forget what this is, an elimination game at our lower bracket. Both these teams fighting for their tournament lives. And after 2 great games in succession by Genesix, Ball Eaters seem to be back in control of this one.
And the tragedy here is if Genesix do prevail, oh my word, and Ball Eaters are now almost exactly doing to Genesix what was done to them in Game 2. They have a 4-goal lead, and you would, I guess mathematically not unassailable, but man, the steepness of the hill is too high.
Yeah, 4 goals in a minute seems unlikely, to say the least.
1 every 18 seconds, surely that can be done.
Sure.
But they have to score the first of those 4 right here, right now. And it's not looking very... Oh, well, maybe now Declan trying to get it in front, but Mira standing strong, standing tall on the backboard, getting it away. Here comes Friction. 1 to 8. Bang! There it is. We're down to 3. 1 every 30... 12 seconds there or thereabouts, maybe?
Surely you don't score 3 basically kickoff goals in the RLCS, in top 8, back to back to back.
Well, here's a big one. Here's a big kickoff.
Right?
Oh, no, huge miss. Oh, if that had... Oh. Okay, well, if that goes in, it's all over. But now there's an open net. Here goes Friction. He's over. Oh, the shot is there, but it's cleared away. And that might just be enough.
That was the crucial save that secures Ball Eaters this game. 15 seconds, 3 goals to deficit. No way Genesix can pull out that miracle. The Ball Eaters will equalize the series at 2 apiece, meaning we go into game number 5, 2 apiece. The effective best of 3.
Minimally, we will see a Neo Tokyo at the very, very least. 6 games will be the minimum we see in this series, and now it has gotten interesting. Ball Eater have responded, and now Genesix have to respond to the response, the retort to the retort, as we fully expect when you get to this stage of any RLCS tournament. And there you have it. Great response, though, from Ball Eater, because it would have been fairly easy to kind of let the heads drop and let it all run away from you. And you do feel if they'd lost that game, there was very low chance of them coming back into it. But now they are fully back in.
Yeah, and especially off the back of these early 3 goals of Chester. The French have put some hurt on Europe for the past, 5 years or so. Now, Genesix can see why Chester, an early hat-trick, paves the way. And Genesix, ironically even here, Ryan, the one game where Friction is really well on the ball is the one game where they arguably look the worst.
You made a great observation about Friction early on, about him kind of sort of taking the controller position kind of back and Daps and Declan. So Friction was sort of having to be out front. Declan, who was just sensational in the 2 games prior, didn't do enough there. He didn't find himself able to be in control of the ball as much as he was in those 2 games where they did so well. So really, I think it's a case of Declan just reasserting the belief he showed in those 2 games.
It's all about the mentality. When you come to the top 8, you know you're good enough. But if those doubts creep in, they can put you in a world of pain. As Game 5 in Aquadome is underway, already seen some close calls with the goal. Declan and Daps both beaten away. Now Q-Tip's only got Friction in front of him. He uses the reason. No, he doesn't. He fakes the first time around, then goes low, but it's not on target. Mira defended away last second by Declan.
Fantastic work in defense there, but man, heart and mouth moments. Mira turns it around. Chester's got no boost, but will have a shot. Daps now also with no boost, can't get the clear. Mira brings it down, looking to dish it down off the backboard, doesn't make it happen, but Ball Eaters building up some scary pressure in front of the Genesix net, and they're not getting it past their final third. Declan's got a bit of boost, so maybe a bit of time to take it away, but no, it's right back, and Friction on no boost on the other side has to try and get it away, and finally now maybe they can get it over, but intercepted by Chester.
Chester intercepts Mira to collect, but giving away possession way too easily is the Spaniard. Genesix, though, don't really know what to do with it at this point. As Daps and Friction battle on for control. Daps once more. What does he do? Only booms it away. No boost, and couldn't find a way to get Declan involved in the play. As Genesix have survived the first 2 minutes without a goal that usually works in their favor, but haven't scored one themselves. Mira into the center. Chester is there. Up high. It's an awkward looping ball. It's awkward, no. And it's
Not
in.
like this. Oh, a goal is a goal is a goal, but no one's clipping that one.
Oh, the bounce.
Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Genesix are behind.
Behind 1, and I think thus far, the team that scored the opening goal has won the match. Every single time.
Okay. Now,
Sounds like it's time for Genesix to flip the script.
and I wonder, I think there's no team has taken the timeout available to all teams in best of 7s. And I feel Genesix, they need a reset here, and if they can't do it in game, they're absolutely going to have to take a timeout if they go ahead and lose this. But that confidence, that fluidness they had in games 2 and 3 and going forward is just not there. And oh my word, it's all just a bit of a calamity in front of the Genesix net right now.
Mira gets a second unexpected touch there, and Q-Tips, he just dives in, but he dives in such a way that it just works out. The ball trickles in front of the net for the Ball Eaters to convert. Halftime in Aquadome, and we have a 2-0 lead in favor of the Europeans. Genesix having to play to their strengths, having to force the aggressions, but it's not working. They're in each other's way, and the Norwegian will convert 3-0.
Oh, and the team bump, man, oh man, it's Genesix with their mistakes in defense. They're panicking. They looked so solid earlier on. They kind of knew what they were doing in defense, and now it's all a little bit of they're not sure about each other, not sure if they should trust one another, and it's showing with the goal, the scoreline right now. They've gone down 3, and they're going to have to find themselves again and find themselves pretty chop.
The psychological impact of losing can be seen right here with Genesix. They're off their game. They're off their mojo. They have to find it. Bump attempted by Declan, but not connected, or rather connected too late.
Bang.
Daps another shot inside of the post, and that's going to be good.
Nice angle from Daps. There we go. Settle in, boys. You can find your way back, and that is going to do them the world of good. The zero boost used everything to get there. Made the most of it when he did. 2 goal, and now do not concede. Find a way forward. Great kickoff for them. Declan's got no boost. He's lurking there and thereabouts, hoping to pounce on an opportunity if it presents itself. But now defending. Oh, the pass in the air. That had goal written all over it, and somehow it's still out. Collect yourself, boys. The bounce has helped a little bit. And Genesix looking very fragile at the back for the moment. And there it is. 3-goal lead once more.
Reinstated by Ball Eaters. Another 50 gets built in the middle. Daps, not enough boost. The shot too well placed by Q-Tips. Not the first time he's done that this series either. And Ball Eaters, 3 goals again, the better. A short little burst from Genesix. Not enough.
They need an extended burst, and that burst has got to start pretty soon. Maybe now. This is going to fall in front. That's heading toward the net. Bang! Declan gets a second.
Good read. Confidence-inspiring read, perhaps, from Declan. Had to have it early. The bounce is a bit awkward, but still, he gets it. Enough power on the shot as well. Lead slashed again. Only 2.
Let's go. A minute. A minute for 2 goals is far better than a minute for 3 or 5 or whatever it was last game. And so this is more manageable, but they need to do it fairly soon, quickly. Do not allow Ball Eater to swamp them. Maybe now an opportunity. Declan lurking around, just trying to make sure they don't have any easy clears. Easy possession of the ball. Keep it up in front of their net, but the long clear from Ball Eaters, that's heading toward the net. Easy touch away from Declan, and now he heads up. Nice pinch against. Can he get the read? The second touch he does, but not enough to get it in front. It might still happen. Now the angle, we need another player. Someone else from Genesix. There it is. Declan gets it against. Friction, can't shoot. It's cleared by Chester.
Chester doesn't only get the clear, but he gets the second ball out of the defensive third. Friction and Daps. It's good little 1-2 play. Daps opportunity to central. Easily saved by Mira. Stretching far and stretching wide. Now the Spaniard to deliver the killing blow. Chester, and it's in.
5-2 now for Ball Eater, and they're going to take the lead in the series. They're going to go to Neo Tokyo on series point. Genesix 1 game away from elimination. They have to dig and dig deep and find what they had in games 2 and 3 and come out swinging in Neo Tokyo.
Do they have the power? Ball Eaters trying to put on a 6. Not gonna happen right here. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Mira reset. Declan intercepts, stabs to the corner as the ball is being kept up in accordance with the rules of Rocket League engagement.
And there it comes to an end. It's Ball Eater who slink ahead. It is Ball Eaters with 1 game, Genesix with 2 on the trot, and now Ball Eaters with 2 on the trot. So all Genesix need to do is what they did at the beginning, which is win 2 games in a row, and they've got their series. Easy peasy, man.
It sounds so easy, right? It sounds so easy. You could put us on the field there and be like, yeah, just win 2 in a row against Ball Eater. Right?
Yeah.
The problem is the execution.
The numbers are always easy, Macht. When you break it down to the numbers, this is not hard.
Unfortunately, it is not just a numbers game. It is a game about precise maneuvers and precise inputs played at the top level. So I know we're better off not being on the pitch, but Genesix have to now show why they deserve to make a top 6 placement happen. They have to really show us that they are definitely a team to be reckoned with, not just in SSA, but also against the influx of imports.
And I was just about to say that there'd been no notification that there was a timeout taken from Genesix, and I was concerned that they'd forgotten that the timeout was available to them, but Genesix have indeed taken the timeout and absolutely Absolutely, they do, because they need it. They've got to just rebalance, recenter themselves. They looked very out of sorts early on in that game and never quite recovered from it. And we see that in the ultimate scoreline. So, yeah, take a minute, breathe. I hope Mega Boom, it's not Mega Boom, it's Green Warrior, their coach, is in a call with them, getting them to breathe, calm down, and remind them why they were so good in those games 2 and 3.
The fact of the matter is, Genesix have conceded 10 in the past 2 games, losing each of them with 5-2. So it seems like first and foremost they need to get a grasp on, again, controlling the field, controlling their opponents in terms of getting the boost, controlling the mid boost. I think that's going to be absolutely vital for Genesix here moving forward, because if every time if ball eaters come out, they're gonna shoot, and they're gonna shoot hard, and they're gonna shoot accurately into that net. So for me, again, it sounds so easy. Just control the mid boost, just control your opponent, but in reality, it's a lot harder.
And it pretty much it is. You feel like at this stage it's ball eaters' series to lose. They have all the momentum. They've won the last 2 games, and they weren't close games. They were dominating wins by the ball eaters. So they should be going into this game 6 on Neo Tokyo full of confidence to take it. But we are away, and it's an early opportunity for Genesix. Oh, Declan was there. The opponents had not read it, but it wasn't put away. They'll have another go here. No! Well, that's early signs are not good. Miscommunication there. T-bump high in the air, and you felt like Daps had an opportunity to take it all the way. So early signs not good here for Genesix.
Oh, early signs even more troubling. Declan and a pass. And a touch that wasn't wanted is enough for Q-Tips to put it away there. He just lands there. There's nothing he can do. He doesn't have the reaction. Friction, unfortunate, just snipes him. It's unfortunate event after unfortunate event. But in the end, all eaters are not going to care. They're 1-0 up.
Well, here we go. Chester gets the better of it from kickoff. He's going to have another opportunity down off the ceiling. He wants to go himself. Nearly gets it. And now it's 1v1 on the other side. It's Declan goes forward for the bump. He does enough so that Daps can score in the path that had been cleared for him.
Daps takes control. Declan hunts for Mira, and he gets the touch on him as well. Doesn't get the demolition, but gets the bump. Enough for Daps. Cleared the path, and Genesix able to equalize early this time. That's important for their mental. That's important for their psyche. What can they do now? Friction, reset, under one. Find the second. Mira is there.
Man, Friction did so well, went under the defender, totally faked him out there, and just couldn't pull the trigger at the last. And now, maybe a 1v1 once more. Daps will get it to the corner, pick up the boost, leaves it for Friction to try and bring it in the middle. Declan's been left alone, does incredibly well to get it back. Oh, the fake kind of falls to him, and now Ball Eaters, for the first time in what seems a very long time, looking a little frazzled in front of their net, but so far defending very well, and they do get the clear.
Flustered are the Ball Eaters in defense. Not where they want to be on the pitch, but what a rocket from Chester! It's going to bounce off crossbar and the post. Genesix somehow survived that one, still equal in this game 6. Chester layup. Looking for Q-Tips. Looking for Chester once again. But there's the save of Declan.
Goodness. Okay, this is kind of what we were seeing back in game 2-3, where it was that excellent defending. They didn't look panicked. So this is better, but man, they've still got the work to do, and almost the own goal. Oh no, taking the wrong lessons from Mustu Fluck. And it is a scramble, and now another smash, and that's hitting looping. The terrible slow looper into the net, and Ball Eaters are in front once more.
Prospect panic on the side of Genesix. And a beautiful shot by Mira. Perfectly placed. It looked so slow, and you think you can reach it, but then the goal is just a little bit too far forward. Genesix can't keep it out. And once again, are trailing the Ball Eaters by 1. Q-Tips looking for Mira, but Friction is there.
Oh man, and now they've got it cleared. There's an open net for the briefest moment. Declan's not going to get a venomous shot, and in fact can't even get it over the halfway line. And now Chester has done well to get in front of a wall, blocking the attempted clear, and it's coming right back at them. And the Ball Eaters, who were looking a little frazzled in front of their net, have cleared that, and now they are looking more like they did the last 2 games, bringing the attack to the Genesix net. Q-Tips gets the flip reset, almost gets it popped over one, but it is cleared over to the Ball Eaters corner, at least for the moment. Oh dear.
Mira. Oh, Q-Tips misses. Gives Genesix the chance to clear the way. Jess is going to collect very easily. The bouncers are not trolling him either. But here comes the Genesix. Mira, easy to collect. It's a pass one, not the second. Snaps in the midfield, holds bump, but doesn't have the 100 boost to play with. Chess, so go for the redirect or the bump. In the end, gets neither.
All right, here we are back. Oh my word, that bounce out of the corner might fall nicely for Daps, but he's dispossessed beautifully by Q-Tips. That's heading toward the net. That's going to be in. 3-1 to Ball Eater, and it's all fading away for Genesix.
It's an awkward bounce off the corner. Both Friction and Daps were up on it. Friction possibly the one with the better read on it either as well. But in the end, unfortunate decision making on the side of Genesix is going to cost them very, very dearly indeed. 20 seconds to go, 2 minutes behind, and main event number 1 on the line.
Here we go. Genesix, another push forward, immediately thwarted. They're going to have to find it pretty damn soon. But Ball Eaters having no problems with collecting and clearing the balls as they come. Another attempt. Nice intercept there from Daps. A little bit of a dunk to get it off the backboard, but now they're open on the other side. It's just Declan back, but he's in huge trouble. And this time, the crossbar does not do the work, and it goes in. And that might be that for Genesix.
Chester, great control in the air, and then a bit of fortuitous bounces as well off the crossbar. But, I mean, on average, right, that's probably deserved, seeing how many times the Genesix survived by the skin of their teeth and with help of the woodwork. It's a 4th goal here for Ball Eaters, and Q-Tips looking to make it 5 off the ceiling. Where does he come? Where does he go? Daps able to avoid the dunk, gets it away.
And it's Ball Eaters with all the possession. Genesix just cannot get it away from them. They cannot make anything happen. They haven't been able to find their form, and even the timeout buff, and now a team bump gets a little bit of a push forward. But and now a team bump in the middle, and Genesix, what has gone on? They look so solid, and with that goal, 5-1, it has been 3 ultimately dominating wins by Ball Eater, and they are going to go forward to the next round. They will make top 6.
Top 6 for the Ball Eaters. Basically a set in stone. And what started promising by Genesix just proved to be, well, Genesix. Very, very high peaks at times, but also, unfortunately, we have to milk the cow to death here, Ryan. Not consistent enough.
Well, ultimately, my score prediction pans out. It is indeed going to be a 6-2, but to the wrong team in terms of my prediction. Ball Eaters win. Genesix are eliminated. Ball Eaters will move to the top 6, and they will move on to Championship Sunday.
Well, with that, we have lost another SSA team, only to remain, both of them in the upper bracket, in Cosmico and Limitless, which we're going to see later. But the Ball Eaters, they survive yet one more round.
So we have, it's 4 versus 2 in the top 6. And we will see the first of the top 6 battles taking place. Our next 2 series, we move to the upper bracket. But that concludes the elimination matches for the day. And it is Mustu Fluck and Genesix who are out in 7th to 8th place. And now to the top 6. And Pyro, we're a little bit sad. My 100% streak suddenly is chopped off at the knees, and you're struggling.
Hey, listen, I'm the only one with a 100% streak, 100% wrong. So we'll take it, all right? Listen, there were so many shining, glimmering hopes to Genesix during that series. I'll never forget the end of game number 3 where they are just getting save after save after save, getting hammered on their back line, but they held the line. Declan was the superstar savior of the series, or at least that's what it seemed as the series just went on. Ball Eater really came into their own this series. I think Q-Tips is just a monster when it comes to finishing these attacking plays. And yeah, in the end, it ended up being a little too much.
Ultrasm, your hedged bet. You won on the one side but lost on the other.
Yeah, that was the bet that I really was hoping to lose, to be honest. Like that was the prediction I didn't want to get right. And unfortunately, I said at the beginning the Ball Eaters were an unknown force, but they did really well in certain. I think they swept Choco Ranilla, whatever that name was, like 3-0, right? That is an impressive showing, and it kind of gave me a little bit of worry coming about this team coming into this. But they deserve their reputation, you know. They really are a team that needs to be respected. Chester's angles off like that first backboard read was insane. You know, I don't know how many players in SSA can actually do something like that consistently, you know. So Genesix certainly, like Pyro said, had their moments of brilliant. They really looked strong when they looked strong. But there were just other parts where they kind of fell apart. We talk about these guys being very experienced and, you know, making top 8s, but there's still kind of that new generation who's coming through. And I don't know what it was. If it was just they needed to bring themselves back together. But when they cracked, you kind of saw that last for too long, unfortunately. It wasn't the rally that we needed. But still a big fan of Genesix. Sad to see them go.
And they've got a lot to work with. Many years ago, Snowy said to me when I think it was Bravado who was meeting them in the grand final, he said he wasn't concerned because he knew that they hadn't yet reached that sort of mental place where they were ready to be victors, where they could see the finish line and get to it. And I think there's a small jump for Genesix to make. But once they do, I honestly believe that they can make it all the way into a top 4, maybe a top 2. So they got to just keep grinding. Declan, Daps, Friction, let's see you back in qualifier 2. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back for our final 2 series of the day. But we'll have first an interview with Ball Eaters before we get into that action. But we will see you back here in just a few minutes.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the RLCS SSA Open number 1. Our top 8 in this melting pot has boiled down to a top 6 with Ball Eater's victory over Genesix. We had Chester on the video. Maybe we'll get him back later. But Chester, I think you can still hear me. How are you doing? Congratulations on your win.
Thank you. And yeah, I feel really good. Good win. So.
Hey, it's got to feel good to get that win. I want to take it back a little bit, set some context. So, Chester, you have a long history in being competitive in RLCS in Europe, from close qualifiers in RLCS X to getting a top 32 in the last season for RLCS EU. What was it about SSA that inspired the region change to compete in this region?
Can you repeat, please?
What was the best motivator? What was the reason for you that you were excited to change to compete in SSA from Europe?
Oh, I think the motivation is to maybe make, major and to go as far as possible in regionals so we can play more and, of course, win a bit of more money,
Well, you're definitely getting that more experience, that competition, and that money. You secured your spot in Championship Sunday. But I will say you've only suffered one loss so far in this event. I want to ask you, what has been your greatest challenge competing in this new region? Has it been the high ping? Has it been the difference in competition? Maybe it's even been formulating with this team of Mira and Q-Tips. What's been your greatest challenge?
I think the hardest thing is to play with high ping, because we have to play very fast and we don't have time to think about what we do. We just have to do fast and yeah, that's really hard.
Hey, who needs to think when you're playing Rocket League? Just go, right? And
Yeah.
I can see how that's working out for you guys. I want to hear more about your team because, Chester, you've teamed with Mira in the past. I mentioned that top 32 earlier, that you teamed with them last year. Q-Tips seems new to the team, though. I think Q-Tips even boasts the highest peak MMR out of anyone in this competition. Tell me specifically what these players bring to the table for your team. What are their greatest strengths that you admire from Mira and Q-Tips?
Like you said, I was already playing with Mira, so I know his potential. I know he's really consistent and motivated to play and to win, and he's ball chasing a lot, so like Q-Tips, so that's why I talked to both of them to make a team, and it's actually working.
It is working. You have yourself a top 6. You mentioned the ball chasing. Let's talk about the ball chasing. You had moments earlier in this series against Genesix where it seemed like you were crashing the boards. In other words, you were rebounding a lot, shot after shot. I'm thinking at the end of game 3 when you lost by 1, but you had maybe 10 shots in the last minute where you couldn't get past that defensive Genesix. They seemed to be reading you a lot. What did it take to break through that defense? How did your attack become more successful as the series went on?
I think we just have to, put pressure, take their boost, and challenge a lot, and it work. Maybe it take 1 minute to take a goal, but it work.
Just apply the pressure and break them at the boost game and the shot game. It definitely worked. I want to talk to you, Chester, about the future. I think you face the loser of Limitless and Cosmico later on. What team do you want to play? And what do you expect moving forward? How far are you going in this event today?
We want at least to be top 4. And the team we are only scary of 2 teams. It's Maestro del Esferico and the Limitless. The other team we know we can beat everyone.
Well, there you have it. Chester and the Ball Eater squad only maybe fear 2 teams, Limitless and Maestro. So the target is on their back here from Chester. Chester, again, congratulations on your win. We'll see you in tomorrow's event.
Thank you.
All right, back to the desk. Graybeard, what do you got?
Muted.
Can't hear you.
There it is.
Good. Oh.
Rookie mistake. Okay. If this is your first time to the ACGL stream, we will inform you now that we have a vote in every stream, which is driver of the day, effectively the player of the day. So if you've got your favorite, go and vote. acgl.gg/vote. Go and vote for your driver of the day. That vote is open now. Go get it done. Gentlemen, we move now to the upper bracket. The last 2 series are not elimination. Everybody that's still here will still be here tomorrow, but this determines who goes to the lower bracket to meet Ball Eater and Hayworth Riz tomorrow. And the first of those is another all-EU matchup, the Maestros versus Dunno Chief and Macht. We have former Mobula teammates coming up against each other with Rubix on Dunno Chief and VK Salen on Maestro.
Yeah, VK Salen stick with Leoro, but he's got himself a new third. Rubik's apparently not good enough anymore, or for whatever other tertiary reason has left the ship. He's been replaced by Torres that we've seen in Split 2 of the last season on Astronic. Definitely a very strong pickup, but that just means Rubik's was in search for 2 teammates, and he found them. 2 Germans nonetheless. Youngstar and Breiser coming down, and well, this Dunno Chief roster has really done rather well, having beaten the likes of Decimate Gaming, Ball Eaters, and, look very, very solid here for this regional.
Were beaten by Decimate Gaming early on. That was during qualifiers while they were still in Europe. They are, of course, now in South Africa. And as we look at the comparisons between the players and the teams, the chat vote is going to be open. So chat, you can have your vote, your voice in terms of who you think takes this down. Hashtag DC for Dunno Chief and hashtag ME for Maestros and the rest of that Spanish expression. So get your vote in now. So another all EU matchup, Ultraism. We see their comparison there. And I feel like, is this another on paper favorite, but maybe upset?
Man, those are some intimidating stats. When you look at the deficit between the 2 of them, you're doubling up your opponents on goals. You're getting 3 more shots per match. Demos, you're able to keep your own. 90% win rate being the big one there. I think the fact that Chester said in that interview, my favorite part of the interview, was that there were only 2 teams that were intimidating to him, and it was Maestro and Limitless. Very happy that a South African team was in there, but Maestro, personal feelings aside of anyone, it's a good team. It's good players who can come together. They're very fast. They're able to dictate the pace. What I'm very interested to see here is whether going against fellow Europeans, and especially your own teammates, do they know what the hack is? Do they know what the secret formula is to beat you? And it might just be pace. So if any of the teams, weirdly enough, were going to take them down, I think this is, but I think it's a long shot.
Well, they have Dunno Chief have squeaked up to a 70% vote in by chat. So clearly chat have a very strong opinion on who they think is going to take it down. And there you see the former teammates up on screen. VK Salen versus Rubix, and VK Salen, Pyro, has the best of those.
He does. He's got the best in terms of the stats. What's interesting, though, especially about VK Salen, is his performance off the ball. That's what made Mobula so successful last season, was VK Salen being the disruptor, the boost dealer, the bump, the demoer, the passer to mostly Leoro, sometimes Rubik's, but mostly getting Leoro those chances to finish the shot, have that shot quality. I want to see if that's still the role of VK Salen this season as well, to allow now Leoro and Torres to be those primary goal scorers.
Well, you and I will be casting that Pyro. Since you're talking, give us your quick prediction. Who takes it down? The locals, the local Europeans, or the remote Europeans?
Gonna have to go with the local Europeans. The Maestros, to me, take this match convincingly.
Not first Ultrasm, second. Your prediction.
This one's easy because it doesn't have my heart in it at all. So on paper, Maestros is better. They've proven themselves here before. They're going to do it again.
Du Machtfisch.
Look, all right. I get it. They're on low ping. They're in South Africa and all the advantage. But I don't care. This is the advent of German Rocket League, and it will come down. It will burn down the Maestros. They are not ready for what is 2/3 of the reigning German national champions in this split. So, Youngster Breiser, Dano Chief, let's go.
All right, so for once, Machtwisch voting with his heart, predicting with his heart and his passion. I'll go. I'm voting with my heart as well, which means I'm taking Dano Chief for reasons we should all know, but it is time. It is the Maestros versus Dano Chief, VK Salen, Rubix, and this is where it all happens. Upper bracket, let's go Commandos!
All right, it is howling time. It is kickoff time. The Mobula turn to Maestros as they give up Rubik's, but Rubik's been released on the pitch in a way with this German duo that they just stun. Dano Chief repping a really impressive run so far. Now in the upper bracket for this open. We've reached here in the upper bracket, Graybeard, and now it's time to find out which team deserves that top 2 in the uppers.
And it's been all Maestros in this opening, but there might be an opportunity here. Open net and a bump, and it is Dano Chief who take first blood.
Every goal from Rubik's is going to feel like it has an extra bit of emotion behind it as they take to the Maestros. That bump very reminiscent of what we just saw from Genesis against their opponents. Their bumps and demos, those late goal line physical plays were something to see.
And now Maestros are starting from second kickoff the way they did from the first, and they will immediately respond. Torres gets the equalizer off kickoff.
You know what makes it really easy to score is when there's no goalie. And we are bumping, poking, prodding, just tackling goalies in this game so far in the first minute. Everybody realizing that this is more of a boxing fight than a soccer match as we tie it up for game 1.
All right, it's been 15 in the middle of the pitch in the final first. Breiser looking for a pass, and it comes out, but the ball finally goes way high over the net into the orange corner. And now that, and the physical plays, these players are chasing each other around there, both looking for the bumps. Clearly, this is going to be very physical. And now with who gets there first? It is Dano Chief who get there first, but not in a way that gets the net. Now it's been popped high and awkward, but Leoro, easy catch and steers it to safety.
Hey, pretty nice from Youngstar getting that little redirect up towards the ceiling, but my eyes are on Leoro, the one to stun here on the match for me. He was the primary goal scorer back when I was doing the top 10 clips last season for those renditions. He was clipping all over the place. Will he show off in the mechanical display today? He's got that pass to himself off the ceiling for the shot, and your answer is seen right here.
Oh man, you must be feeling so smug with yourself. That was fantastic. What a lead in, what a finish. Leoro does put the Maestros in front by a single.
I mean, I wouldn't say I feel great, but listen, I'm sure Leoro does. That much we know. And so the tried and true VK, Leoro duo seems to be good. Torres maybe not so much. That shot left more to be desired as it goes back for Dano Chief.
Torres having to catch and clear, and the tap on forward. Going to put Bryzer under a bit of pressure. He does get the clear. Rubix is high on that. Can he get the second touch? He does, but it squirts out wide, and now surely that's in. Indeed it is. Youngstar will finish a very positive all-team play.
And Youngstar's job made very easy here by the work done of Dunno Chief. Rubik stayed right behind that ball on the air dribble, got the dunk down, and the rest of the team got to do the dirty work, tied up.
Kickoff number 5 inside the first half of game 1, heading toward the Dunno Chief net. A touch out, but only is not too far away. And Maestros, they seem to love piling on pressure, high-paced push forward, and then just keep it in that final third. And here they come once more. Torres on the ball, looking for a teammate, popped high up into the middle. Is it gonna come off the backboard in for a pass? No, it's pushed into the Dunno Chief corner, but it is not leaving the Dunno Chief half.
It isn't. You said they liked to pile on the pressure. So far, so good. But those passes off their own back wall will certainly look dangerous against the Maestros. They collected well, though. VK Salen, touch that leaves that ball wide open. Bryza with a quick ascent to the ball, but it remains stranded at the logo. Torres air dribble to the net, and he's got that open lane.
I just want to see what happened here with Dunno Chief, because no one seemed to respond. Torres was up. Rubix was left alone at the back, and he was a little bit in no man's land with no boost. Two very untenable things to have happen at the same time.
Whew. Maestros realizing they gotta fight for this win, and so fight they shall. It's Torres around the corner. Once the dunk against Bryzo won't earn it, so instead the soft-powered shot heads towards the net. Torres looks like he's has a teammate in hot pursuit of him as a rotating ball side. Maestros looking to get more coordinated on defense. It's a bit clustered, but do exit. And with enough exits like that, they may just hold on to this lead. Of course, with Maestros and how attack-focused they are, they'll look to extend it instead, as they do from Torres.
Yeah, they're settling into their work here, and it was Maestros on the attack from the very start of this game. Dunno Chief did well. They got a counter and then built a little bit of pressure on their own, but it now seems that Maestros are settling into what they need to do here, and at least for now, seem to have an understanding of what Dunno Chief are all about.
Pass over to Rubix. He's going to lay that high off the backboard. Keen to see if Maestros ever really feel uncomfortable in this final minute. You mentioned they're really settling in, and that's the greatest danger to Dunno Chief, is a Maestros in their flow state. They dominated this region for a reason. Last season, and they almost add to the tally. But they'll have to track back here and reduce the efforts from Bryza. Pass comes out. It's in front of the net here, but it's well handled.
Yeah, and for the time being, Maestro's not looking at all fragile in front of their own net. Now building another attack over on the other side. 24 seconds to go, and if this goes in, it'll be all over. It might just be all over anyway. Dunno Chief cannot get it out. They cannot get anything forward, and that is going to be goal number 5. Maestro's 5-2.
There you go. They're settled in. They're feeling good. And VK Salen, that was all off his hood. the couple flicks there to get it past 1, 2, and 3 and tee it off to Leoro. Again, Graybeard, that's going to be their bread and butter. VK Salen out to Leoro. If they're capitalizing like that early in the series, it's just not a good sign for Dunno Chief. Final seconds. Why not tack on another?
Well, the first 90 seconds seemed pretty close. It was close, it was tight, it looked like it was going to be a relatively easy contest, but as it has gone on, Maestros have just pulled further and further away.
And so the tug of rope ends up with a few players with the mud in their face. Dunno Chief gonna have to wipe off the dirt, I guess, and get back up here for game 2 as Maestros show off their, what was it, a 90% win rate? I think I saw Graybeard in those statistics, and those numbers are just punching up.
Yeah, pretty brutal from them, and those advantaged stats we saw in the team comparison showing out here in game one. A bright and breezy start from Dunno Chief early on, but by the end it was Maestro's in control all the way, and you can see the domination in his stats as you go down the list. All the coloring is deep in the orange. That opening goal though was fantastic from Rubik's with the bumping the goalie out, but then they returned and Maestro's just built and built and built.
Well, maybe it's worth talking a little more about Rubik's. Again, this was the former teammate of Leoro and VK Salen, and truthfully, those 2 goals we saw from Dunno Chief were orchestrated by Rubik's. You had that fantastic goal at the beginning of the game, and then you had the air dribble dunk off the ceiling from Rubik's to coordinate that second goal. Maybe he really is the player to watch instead of these new German teammates that he has, trying to coordinate some offense that works against VK Salen's team. But the clear thing is this, Greybeard, in game number 2, it's the defense that has to come through, because you're not winning a game conceding 6 goals.
And it's their capacity, ability. Ooh, early shot, early goal. Ruben starts game 2 like he did game 1. 8 seconds in, Dunno Chief are in front. Now they got to hold on, because we know Maestros are going to come in hot and heavy.
Hey, the key is to take them off guard. You know, we talked about earlier, Maestros look comfortable. It's about disruption. Well, kickoffs are those agile moments where the gameplay is a little bit flexible, and they clearly got it right past Leoro in that instance. And Dunno Chief, I think they want to add as much as they can while this match is still kind of up for grabs.
And now here comes the important moment where Maestros are storming forward, and their ability to just keep the ball in play on their opponent's half was sensational the last game. And Dunno Chief struggled. Even when they were defending well, they weren't clearing. They weren't getting it over. Maybe another opportunity here. If they can get on the end of it, it's squirting toward the net. But that's not going to threaten any goalie in the world.
This one, caught by Youngstar. No boost, so he plays it slowly. Smart approach there, and Torres does get the dunk, but Maestro's not too heavy-handed on the attack just yet. They're setting back. They want to act like they're in control despite having this deficit. I don't think they're anywhere near the panic button. There's so much time on the clock right now, but Rubik's gets a pretty nice boost steal, wraps around the field, and takes straight for the pass to himself. Now he's got the infield maneuver, calls all 3 of the Maestros upon him. This is the attention that he's trying to be the decoy of, to distract the Maestros, open up that lane. Just couldn't find a teammate in time.
At least what they're doing better here, at least early on, is being able to clear the ball with possession and not just immediately giving it up to the Maestros to set up another play and another shot and more pressure on front. And now an opportunity for Dunno Chief, but what a 50 from Leoro. And now there's going to be Bryza up high on the wall, and this is much better from Dunno Chief. You get a sense of the pressure building. Can they keep it over on this side, as Maestros are so good at keeping it over on the other side? And the immediate answer is no.
I mean, Youngstar tried with that deep offensive rotation, but struggled to read exactly where the Maestros wanted to go with it. Well, the clear direction is gourd as Leoro finds it.
Man, oh man, dunk stations there, and I don't know, the attempt to sort of catch and control it out, completely undone by that little dunk, that block, that squeeze behind into the net, and we have a level game. Heading on toward halftime, Dunno Chief are going to have to go in search of a lead once more. Oh dear.
And search on they shall, but almost finding that treasure were the Maestros as they just get around that play. However, Dunno Chief collected the answer. Youngstar, again, this deep rotation, trying to make sure that Maestros don't cherry pick a goal. Bryza has that flip reset, delivers the shot that saved on the crossbar, but Rubik's wouldn't let the Maestros have it.
Man, oh man, I thought there was an opportunity that was going to be undone, but look at that. I mean, the battle on that corner of the net, the crossbar, the post, the crossbar is squeezed in for Dunno Chief to take their second lead.
It's clear this team has some fight in them, Greybeard. I mean, they're not willing to let Maestros run away with this. They want the chance to topple them, to say, yeah, I know you made the trek out and over to South Africa, but we're going to make the trek across the field and into your net as many times as we can.
And now opportunity here, but it is gotten by Dunno Chief, but only as far as the halfway line, and immediately possession back to the Maestros. And here come, I think it's VK Salen down off the ceiling, looking for the pass play. It doesn't work out, and it's pushed forward. Youngstar has got a little bit of boost, and he heads it straight toward the net, and it was pretty venomous. But, open net. They've left themselves exposed, and Maestros will find a way to equalize.
That's the beauty of the Maestros. I've been waiting to see VK and Leoro on the counterattack. They have each other on a radar heartbeat sensor on plays like that. Perfectly communicated, orchestrated across for the tie and goal.
Oh, dear. And VK Salen right off kickoff. Okay, so I had barely focused on what was going down there. Oh, the dead ball and no one from Dunno Chief behind it. And that's not the hardest goal they'll ever score, but they do lead for the first time here in Game 3.
I mean, if it's any consolation to Dunno Chief, they're now even on kickoff goals. Look at this, though. Maestro's going so heavy-handed once again. VK comes up with the demo, but does not come up with the goal. We're back to even.
Well, there you go. You said they were even on kickoff goals. I guess Dunno Chief have gone a little ahead on that score now.
We're keeping track here. 2-1 to Dunno Chief on the kickoffs, but most importantly, as we get to that final minute, it is a tie game. I feel like the onus is on Dunno Chief to take those risks, though. Maestros, they've been so lethal on their counterattacks, on their shot quality. That Dunno Chief, they're going to be the ones to make sure this doesn't go to overtime. And that was almost the shot there from Bryza, but Youngstar wrapping around this corner ball. Gets it over to Rubix. I get a chance here. Nice neutral hop there to get the pass at the backboard, and then the bump. Dastardly from Rubix.
Unbelievable. And it is Dunno Chief for the third time who take a 1-goal lead. But look at that work coming off the wall and scoring both the ball and the player.
What a showing. One of those goals that you feel like is worth 2 points. And boy, would they have hoped for it if this Maestro's kickoff goal goes in again. Surely not. BK sailing up for the bump, finds nobody.
40 seconds to go, and that is really an eternity. You know, this is one of those occasions where the 1-goal lead is just, it's too tense. You're happy with it, but it just doesn't feel great. They will absolutely love a second one to close out the last half minute. They're going to have to defend for now. The pass into the middle is read and blocked out, and maybe a counter is on here, especially with the demo. It's going to be put softly and relatively ineffectually into the middle, but they do keep possession, do look to build a pressure play. Last 10 seconds now. Maestros have territorial advantage, possibly possession. They got to keep it up. Burn out the time. Rubix now will like to just push it away. The clock runs down. Leoro keeps it up. It's popped high in front. It's heading toward the net, and it's saved, but not yet grounded. It does hit the ground, and Dunno Chief have responded.
I don't think there's any argument that they earned that one. As close as can be there to the end of it. But Dunno Chief, they hold on. They grasp victory for everything that it's worth. What a play. What a showing from them. And look at those stats. That's unbelievable, Greybeard. Rubix is 4 for 6 for his team.
Man, oh man, you said it. I think what you said there sums it up completely. They had to work for it. That was not a victory they cruised to. That was a victory they clawed their way to, and they did well. To their credit, they led. They took the lead on 3 occasions, came back from a deficit to get themselves back up in front. So we have a series on our hands. Maestros not going to have it all their way.
I am thinking a lot about what this match actually means, too, because for both these teams, I mean, we just heard it from the last team that won, another import team trying to get success here on SSA, and it's a little bit about the potential to go to major, right? VK Salen, Leoro, they got that experience. They really enjoyed it. Dunno Chief want that as well. And with a win here, you go to at least top 4. That is very much the benchmark for a team that wants to make major. I feel like this match right here could earn so much for both these teams.
We're out here in game 3, the best of 7, now a best of 5, and it's Dunno Chief who have early pressure after the kickoff. Having said that, Maestro with an opportunity, and here comes Torres in the air, but he's dispossessed, and Ruben doesn't have the boost to get up there quick enough. But Youngstar should be able to take this out and get it most of the way over. And Bryza coming in. This might be awkward for the Maestros. It's going to waterfall straight down. Rubik's looking for the follow, doesn't get it, but they maintain the pressure. And that read out of the corner, not there. This is heading toward the net. A save comes out. And this has been a fiery start, both ends of the pitch in game 3.
I love this. This is a true game 3. Both teams know what to expect from each other. Both teams are warmed up, and they're showing off at the greatest strengths.
Ooh.
Oh, Leoro could pre-jump for this ball. He got bumped away, but it didn't matter. VK's shot was on target.
Who was bumping whom? I'm wondering. They're up in the air. I think that was Leoro. He went very deliberately, to my mind, for that bump to get the defender out of the way.
Well, a collision it was, and a goal it was, one way or another. Maestro's happy for it after they had to play stellar defense. The onset of this game 3, they may have to continue to do just that. Leoro, with all the boost that he has, gets that touch away. VK Salen looking for the bump ahead, and well, Rubik's, he's got the boost. He's just backtracking on the backboard to get this one out.
Rubik's taken away for the first time. It's Dunno Chief who don't have the opening goal. There's been a demo. This might open an opportunity. The attempted flick is read fairly easily by Leoro. And another attack. Youngstar gets it toward the net. There's just one defender back, 2 defenders back. Rubik's is not going to get anything on that, but they do keep it there and thereabouts. They are keeping it interesting, and maybe, but plenty boost from the Maestros to defend here.
Yeah, they've got the defense. They've got that ping advantage that we keep talking about, that 8 ping right now on the server compared to the average 160 from Dunno Chief. And they've got VK Salen as well, who already has 4 shots this game. A big difference from what I expected, as VK used to be just the enforcer on Mobula, but with the Maestros, he's trying to rack up the shot tallies and the saves.
And that was a shot, and that was a save. Both of them there. Bryza is up. They're looking to try and clear the net. It doesn't work out, and it is cleared away. And now there's an attack coming forward. Torres is on it, but what a great block from Youngstar. Will make sure it doesn't turn anything into anything immediately threatening. There's an open net, and bang, Maestros have a 2-goal lead.
Leoro there to more or less confirm the goal, but this was Torres just stealing the ball from Bryza. I think there was an attempt to control this and sling it down the other end, but with a lofty first touch that ended up in Torres' hands, that was just Maestros to collect.
High and loose in the middle. Leoro gets there first. And now this is up the angled shot. Oh, very lucky for Dunno Chief. It clips the post and falls kindly for them. And now they can take it out and build something maybe. Bryza just trying to keep the ball there. Doesn't quite succeed. But yeah, they're not being given the time, the room, the space to build up over on the Maestro's side. It's pretty much all Maestros right now.
All Maestros, and I mean, again, it's all VK. I think this is someone who is so determined to win. We analyzed his mental and his approach to these games when they do go the distance, especially during last season in SSA, and he just stays so focused. There's not a lot of emotion you often see from VK. I think after that loss against Dunno Chief, he came into this game wanting to make a statement.
And they're making the statement so far. Dunno Chief so far being shut out, still to find their first goal, and that might be a setup for a third from Maestros. Youngstar should have this off his own backboard, but he's going to get dispossessed. Awkward for a moment. Bryza does very well, but this setup, what an important touch. That was absolutely goal number 3 without it.
Yeah, I don't even know how that touch was possible. You got to do some serious acrobatic maneuvers with your car to get that angle to keep it away. But how do you keep it away from the link up here? Torres, backboard pass over to Leoro. Now he puts it in front of the net. But really for Maestros, there's no reason to risk it for that goal. You've just got to hope that you don't concede 2 in the final 40. Leoro pops it high. That is dangerous. Got the reinforcements in place to get the next save. But for Dunno Chief, they've got to score here. They've got to score now.
Yeah, this will be the first game without both teams scoring. If nothing changes in the next 20 seconds, and you feel if Dunno Chief, they got to get this one in, but that should be an easy touch away there. And that should do it if Maestros can keep possession, and they're doing very well at doing that for the moment. As they see out the last 10 seconds, they're going to put the little kibosh on it, the cherry on the cake for their third goal, and Maestros will once more take a series lead.
Dunno Chief silenced in game number 3 after their first victory this series. Not only on the scoreboard, but the shot tallies as well. 10-3 domination in terms of rebounds, possessions. Of course, the shots from the Maestros. VK Salen getting his revenge back, having the lead in the series 2-1.
Lead in the series, shutout in that game. All the action on the side of the Maestros. The demos, 8 of them, 8 demos, incredibly physical, incredibly attacking. And Dunno Chief in game 3 didn't have an answer. So they found a response in game 2. They're going to have to find another in game 4 to level it up once more. And you do feel they're going to have their work cut out for them. But they will know that. And I don't get the sense that they're going to be overly mentally debilitated from this. I think they can bounce back and reset themselves.
I don't think so either, and they're not really allowed to, right? You have to come into this next game with confidence. We heard it from the last team. You have to play confidently. You have to ball chase. You have to attack the ball with this high ping. You can't really act passively. You can't really be sheepish on the field, even if you get shut out 3-0. Even if you're conceding maybe a 6-goal game against the Maestros like you did in game 1, you have to come into the next game with a completely clean slate and with your own plan. That's what we'll see from Dunno Chief. The question is, though, Maestros, if that plan even matters, because right now it kind of feels like they've got them deep in this ditch that it's going to be tough to get out of.
What would be your thought on a timeout now? I mean, it's not tradition. Normally, it's sort of once you're 2 games behind, you take it. Is there an argument to kind of take it early, or is it just way too early? And clearly they haven't.
To me, timeouts always end up to be some kind of personal strategy of Rocket League coaches. It's more so that timeouts are used against a team rather than for your team. So the realistic component is Dunno Chief were able to bounce back after game 2. Oh. Wow, what a save from Youngstar. That's incredible. Or after game 1. So they're expecting them to do that same thing against game 3. That being said, if Maestros get another win, 2 in a row, that's when you utilize that timeout.
Bryza trying to take it round, and it was looking good until he died, and the resultant coming in the middle, pass into the middle, Bryza down off the crossbar, the follow-up is wide, beautiful, clear opportunity for Dunno Chief. They've squandered it so far. They're not done with the press forward. Leoro flip resets it out, and now suddenly VK Salen will turn it into an attack.
I feel like I feel like Rubix is gonna want that shot back. I mean, that was the finishing factor right there that needed to come through. Didn't quite. VK's ready to cherry pick here. Look at that. Pass to himself off the ceiling. I don't think it got the bounce back that he wanted, though. Full boost granted to him once again to make do with it. Rubix collects the mid boost as it respawns. Could be huge for them to mount an attack. Even with the demolition on Torres, that might not matter. Leoro drops it down. What a read on the shot. It doesn't matter, though, with VK's response.
Man, that is just so savage. I mean, you get the read of your life. I mean, what a save here. Rubix doing all the work only for it to be tapped in on the rebound. And that is the nature. No quarter given. And you are not rewarded by the gods for having one good touch.
You're not rewarded for having teamed with Leoro and seeing him do that on your opponents all last season, right? Rubix knows that Leoro is going vertical with that double tap angle. And a lovely save it was, but it's not going to be remembered on the stat sheets. We're going to be looking at the score. We're going to be looking at the lead of Maestros, who are stacking that momentum.
Maybe now, Dunno Chief getting it there or thereabouts. Leoro, low boost, doesn't get a good clear, but VK Salen going to do well. Clears it through his corner and then all the way over to the other side. And a clear is immediately brought right back. And now we have Dunno Chief. We saw this from them in game 1, where no possession after a clear. You just desperately want to get the ball away from your net, and then you're not being able to follow it up. And Maestro's easily able. Oh, no! The Leoro gets that, but I think that was an own goal.
It was, and it's because VK is being a complete menace. He keeps stealing boost. Look at Youngstar with nothing and VK with everything. VK is spending more time in the blue half than his own half, and it's leading to the destruction and the dismantlement of Dunno Chief.
Dunno Chief off kickoff. Rubix puts it wide. The rebound shot is saved. Bryzer can't bring it back in, and now Youngstar's alone at the back with 0 boost, and somehow the shot across the net doesn't go in. Leoro's there. He's got no boost. It's a scramble from attack, scramble in defense, but the boost is all. They are so lucky on Dunno Chief to get away with that. That was no boost, just diving at the ball, and now out of nowhere they might just have a counterattack.
Well, the thing about that play was Torres went when his 2 teammates there's no chance of them getting back in time. Really risky maneuver after the shot, yeah, that should have went in on the goal line. That's where Dunno Chief have to capitalize. That's where they see Maestros overextend and the quick counter has to come through. Unfortunately for Rubix, the shot wasn't on target. Unfortunately afterwards, they couldn't get an open look to go. And this is just indicative of what Maestros are doing. They've got a chokehold on Dunno Chief.
Dunno Chief have not scored a goal in at least 9 minutes. It's been a long, long time since their last goal. It's starting to look like it may never come. We're a minute away from their second shutout, and they've got to find 2 if they want to level the series, because going in, a save off the line, going into game 5, 2 games behind is going to be a little rough.
Yeah, we're really sugarcoating it, saying it's going to be a little rough. It's going to be difficult to say the least, especially with how good Maestros are looking, especially with Dunno Chief just not really responding well to the disruption of VK. He's just coming back to the midfield line after stealing boost. Now he's got this open look off the backboard. I mean, Dunno Chief, they just look lost.
They do. 25 seconds to go, and they're still in search of a goal. Well over 10 minutes now since their last goal, and that's not going to be feeling good. Maestro's just seem completely in control of it. Every touch seems to be finding a Maestro's player. It's going to them there. There you go. The doink high in the air, picked up by VK Salen, and there we go. The 5-second from time goal to make it 3. And man, oh man, it's a long fight out of this hole.
Oh, it is indeed. I mean, we talked about it earlier for Dunno Chief. The operation was to make Maestros feel a little uncomfortable, try to take advantage and capitalize in those agile moments. Of course, Torres is just pre-jumping this kickoff. Why not? Maestros take the win here for a 3-1 series lead. But what's clear is Maestros have settled in to the point they're like within a Tempur-Pedic bed right now. There is no emerging out of this nice settled in style that they've found.
And there are times when you are facing an opponent and it becomes frustrating because they appear to have all the answers to all of your questions, and even if you're calm and relaxed, you're like, okay, let's try this, let's try that, and whatever you try, they seem to be ready for it. And it kind of feels like we're in that phase of the series, and I'm just not sure if Dunno Chief have more questions to ask that they haven't already asked.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you take a timeout here and you try to stall this momentum out of Maestros. I don't really know if that's going to be very fruitful for them. I think the real style is trying to create a plan against them, and clearly something needs to change, because maybe the first minute or so they had some nice possession, some nice control, but that all got dismantled later on. There's just no holding on to that. They need to take care of this VK Salin disruption, stealing their boost and bumping them all the way and forcing own goals out of Dunno Chief. And craft a plan against it. It's either got to be heavy on the counterattacks, or it's got to be doing some man-to-man action against VK Salin to quit all the work he's doing.
Well, it's not a best of 7 reverse sweep. I mean, it's not, they don't have to come from nothing and win 4 in a row. It's slightly better than that. They've just got to do 3 in a row. But that, and given what we have seen here, is a tough ask. But they've just got to start with the game in front of them. Start right here, right now, get a goal, and take it from there.
Well, and the other interesting bit is that this is our first game that is not elimination. So Dunno Chief, with not all the pressure in the world here, this could be more of a preparing activity for later in the tournament if they so see it that way. Obviously, they'd like to have this win to secure a top 4, but this can give some pretty good VOD review material for potential match tomorrow.
Oh my!
And that save from Youngstar is going to keep them alive for a little bit longer.
And hopefully a bit of confidence for them. But it's as we've seen, Maestros are so good at just bringing it back. The clears are not going very far, and there's just more attempts and more attempts, and now the boost is running thin, and no, they're still not getting through. But now there'll be a little less boost for the next attempt at defending, at clearing, and it just won't get away. Maybe now, not a convincing one, and Bryce has got no boost. He can't attack it. And now, finally, they do make it out. So credit to them for weathering a pretty brutal storm for what seemed like a long amount of time. And now an opportunity! Shoot and score! Youngstar gets on the board. Dunno Chief, 1-up.
I'm going to be frank, they better score here, okay? It was Leoro trying to pre-jump again to a VK Salin pass that he ended up missing. And so it was basically a 3v2. I've talked about it earlier. Dunno Chief, if Maestros are trying to perform these stylistic plays on you, you have to capitalize. There they do. But is it enough?
Oh, probably not. That's the equalizer. Oh, dear. They were all up, all ahead, and as soon as that touch, Youngstar gets the opening goal, but he's going to be a little furious with what happened there.
Yeah, suddenly you have something to work with in this game against Maestros, and it's all washed away. What a fake from Leoro. And then he misses the flick to score. I mean, there's no way it's intentional, right?
Well, let's have a look. He catches it.
It may have been.
Yeah, the way he kind of went forward, like he was almost looking for a bump behind the ball.
Right.
You know what? We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He fully intended that.
I'll take it. I'll agree. I'll sign off on it. Maybe we ask the interviewee later on in this match to qualify the play. But doesn't matter. Intentional or not, it's a goal. And Maestros, after going down, have the lead within like 20-30 seconds of gameplay.
But Dunno Chief at least have some territorial play here. Bryza gonna look for a pass into the middle. VK Salin squirts it out. Leoro doesn't have the boost to follow. VK Salin got no boost for the double here. Oh, excuse me. Clearly did have the double. Almost gets it. Now it's a 1v1 on the other side. Leoro with no boost can only put it into his corner. This is right in front. Rubix will level up. 2 goals each at 2 minutes 22.
Satisfying as ever, and especially for Dunno Chief, as that pass made by Bryza met Rubix in the center of the net. At pretty much anywhere that he wanted to shoot that, and delivered the quality shot that we've seen from Rubix all series long.
And after being shut out for close to 11 minutes, they've got themselves 2 goals in this game, so they'll be feeling good about that. But now they've got to take a lead. They are in must-win territory. There is no losing from here. They have no luxuries, no extra padding or cushioning. It is balls to the walls all the time.
That's what it's got to be here in these moments. You're representing top 4 coming into this top 8, this main event, the first main event this season for RLCS SSA. You gotta show off, you gotta show out here. And if Dunno Chief want to show that they deserve this spot, you've got to come out swinging in the final 100 seconds.
That's heading somewhat towards it. Is that an own goal? No! Oh, my word. Oh, the little violins were ready to spring into action. They do keep it out. But they're going to have to defend again and again. They're running low on burst. The ball is popped up high. It's going to fall down awkwardly. Rubik's, the low boost defending once more. How much more can they do? This young star, the only one with any appreciable amount of boost. They do keep it out. It goes wide. They've got to get control and push this over to the Maestro's side. We've not seen an overtime in the series. It is on net. It is inside. And the pressure pays off.
The planning was pristine from the Maestros. Earlier on, they had a fake shot from VK to leave it to Leoro. It just wasn't executed. So therefore, they get another chance. And boy, did they execute the Taurus insertion to this roster. Showing its face nicely. It may just be all nice for the Maestros. Up 2.
And you feel that may be it. It might be a conclusion to this first upper bracket series on Aquadome with the Maestros 2 goals up. But this kickoff is huge. Dunno Chief have had a few kickoff goals of their own, maybe one now. The bump attempt in net doesn't work out. Rubik's has got boost. He's trying to just muscle it through, get some kind of pass, some kind of ball in front of the net. It doesn't work out. So the kickoff goal doesn't come to pass, but they still do have possession and possibly the pressure play. But the defensive demo, and I think there's been 2 of them, will put pain to that.
Yeah, it doesn't help when you're trying to get a goal when you keep getting respawned to the other side of the field. Making that job very difficult for Dunno Chief is the Maestros with yet another demolition. Torres can put this game to bed right here if he wants to, but that shot's denied by Rubik's. Rubik's done so much for his team in these games, but it just hasn't been enough. Final look from Bryza. On target, but saved! And the double save from Leoro puts this game away. The Maestros move on to the upper bracket, or the top 4, excuse me, for this open number 1 of RLCS SSA, and dropping their opponents to lowers.
I so thought we were going to be blessed with a sweaty 15, 16 second finish with the potential of a kickoff goal. Not to be. Maestros have done the work. 4-1. They take the series. They move forward. They're guaranteed. They've put themselves into the semi-finals. Dunno Chief are going to have to go to the lower bracket and do some work tomorrow to keep themselves in the tournament.
You've got to review these games. I mean, these losses were strictly due to the disruption of the Maestros. They took Dunno Chief off completely guard, and what's difficult is you have to be ball chasing. You have to be confident in this game for Dunno Chief on this high ping, and it's so difficult to do that when your boost is being stolen, when you're getting demoed off the field, and you have these perfect link-ups between all 3 of the Maestros. This is well done and well earned from them.
And there they are. They have gone all the way. Was there? I don't know what that does with our predictions. I'm not sure where we're at. I know some of us are okay, some of us are bad. I think we're all in the okay. We're all there. Well, I started off great. Now I'm in huge trouble. Machtfish. Maestros looking dangerous, but not. They didn't have it all their way.
No, they look like sort of like how you could expect them to look. I feel like they were strong. They were playing with the advantage. They had great connections, but great connections mostly between 2 players, not between all 3. And this is really where the problem for Maestros could arise coming tomorrow. They need to get all 3 of them online. It seemed like VK was doing a lot, Leoro was doing a lot, but Torres was very, very quiet and not really intertwined with the other two. So that's going to be one of the things that at least I recognize for the Maestros that could be a weakness for them.
And Ultrazim, you're going to be doing the interview shortly, and I don't know what's coming to mind in terms of what you'd like to know, where you want to go with this, or what you saw of the Maestros in that series.
Are you asking me to give you my interview questions right now?
Yeah, sure,
Don't
why
worry,
not?
but-
No, and then you can't ask them. Then you have to ask all new ones.
Wait, I wrote them down and everything. That's not happening, friend. So I'm going to take your question, completely ignore it, and give you my view on the other side, though. I thought that was a great game. I don't think that there was a lot in between the two teams, but the only problem that led to the downfall, there were two main things that stood out to me. Number one, missing open goals. There's too many attempts like that. Just like even when you're under pressure, that last little half a foot to the side kind of thing makes the difference in a series like this. That was the one like unforced error that I think came up a couple of times. And the other one was just Maestros was way too powerful in their counterattacks. They had 2 or 3 beautiful link-up plays there where they went from extended periods of defense to a 1-second break and their goal was in kind of thing. So I think anyone going up against him, yeah, you've got to be able to challenge. You've got to kind of like sit around your opponent's goal. It's something that we've been seeing a lot throughout the day. But you cannot afford to overcommit like that against Maestros because they just need half a second. So that's my view on my interview questions.
And the almost impossible to answer question, and I'm going to ask you, Macht, these two teams on equal ping, your thoughts on how that might go?
Well, it's difficult to say. I think still there might be a slight advantage going to Maestros, but not big. I think on equal ping, it's going to be more than not a 6 or 7 game affair. Personally, because I am biased, I'm going to say obviously the Germans win this, but like Dunno Chief would win. But genuinely, I think it would be very close, too close to call for me.
Ultrazim, so I hope your closely guarded interview questions are good because it is now that time, and we're getting in the coach, sub, manager, the one guy who didn't make his way out to South Africa. Our Monarch is going to be doing the interview. So Ultrazim, take it away.
Monarch, welcome. You must be so excited that your team has now confirmed themselves upper brackets for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we were expecting to be on the upper bracket. We got some issues in the Swiss stage, but yeah, the issues are not solved. And shout out, by the way, to Rubik's team, to the Not Chief, because they gave us a tough battle. We already know they were very good, and happily for us, it went well.
Well, I'm interested. Rubik's adds a very interesting layer towards this matchup, particularly considering Rubik's was on the team this year. Did him being on the other side and potentially giving away some of your best secrets, did that change your game plan coming into this?
Not really. I mean, we got some really particular playstyle. I'm pretty sure everybody knows, but I don't know. We really didn't thought about our opponents. We just want to do our game, force them to play like we want them to play, and that's pretty much our way of playing, to be honest.
Well, it's interesting to say that you've kept that same game style the whole way through because you have changed your team. Torres has come in, and while the panel seemed to think that it was a little bit quiet in this match, how has he changed the whole dynamic of your squad?
I'd say he's really doing his job pretty well because at the start of the off season, we started talking when because we were not planning to come here at first, but we already know. We already know what happened at the end, but when we talked about him, like the whole roster, we were like, okay, we need a player that can maybe play second player, third player, and we found Torres because he's a really good player. He played really well last season with Astronic as well. So we decided to try out him. He adapted really quick and really well to like our playstyle. And we just went on with him.
Well, it's working. You guys are there for grand finals, or at least Championship Sunday, right? Not grand finals just yet. And that brings me to an interesting question. You know, you guys were here last year. You weren't planning on coming back, but you're here. And we, as the panel, you know, the people who've seen these guys growing over the years, have noticed quite an improvement from last year to this year, at least in terms of the local teams. How have you felt? Are there more people that you're worried about? Have you seen the people that you were worried about getting even stronger?
Honestly, I am the coach. I cannot say I'm worried about anyone, you know, but just to keep the confidence up. But I'd say I've really seen a big improvement. We've seen that on Decimate Gaming, definitely by beating us on Swiss. Definitely on Limitless as well, beating the other day Masterflock, I think it was. And yeah, I'd say I've been seeing quite big improvements. I mean, you know, it's going to take some time. It's not like you're going to be a zen, you know, from one day to other. But I'd say it's some solid improvement to the short-term time they've got. So, yeah, I'd say they should keep going. Try to keep fighting against EU teams, you know, call it whatever. And, yeah, I'd say that's definitely helping them. And I've seen them improve a lot.
Well, it's one thing South Africans do, hey, is we get a challenge like this. We can't do anything about the imports coming in, but we rally, we keep going. And this is, you kind of touched on it there. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. It's going to be a very unpredictable day. There's teams that we haven't ever seen in a Championship Sunday before, and there's still enough South Africans hanging around there to offer, with this improvement, some challenges. Worst oppositions, or are you kind of like looking for that rematch against Limitless?
Well, that definitely will be cool. You know, because what happened last season, we all know the context behind everything. Torres is kind of new to this fight, you know, but it's definitely going to be cool and something funny to watch, either from me being a coach or like for the people that are watching from the stream. So, yeah, I definitely look forward to find maybe Limitless in the grand finals.
Limitless against you in the grand finals. That's going to be a match to watch. We're looking forward to it. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Get some good sleep tonight. You guys are probably going to need it tomorrow. And we look forward to seeing what else you can bring to the fore.
Thank you.
All right, back to desk, guys. I hope you enjoyed that, Greybeard. Was that the questions you were looking for?
Not too bad. And I did see people in chat were asking, they weren't sure who was being interviewed. That was Armonic, who is the sub, the coach, he does all, he's kind of keeping the team together, and that was who was interviewed. Before we move on, it is worth mentioning that just announced by Rocket League Esports is Major 2, the location for Major 2, 28th to 29th June is going to be, I think the Americans say it Raleigh. In South Africa, we would say rally at the Lenovo Center. So in the United States, so a nice early announcement of the location for Major 2. So now we just await the world's announcement, which will come in due course. And we now move to the last series of the day. And for the first time, we have an all SSA matchup. And as quite rightly pointed out earlier, probably off stream, is that without EU players here, this is probably our grand final. Cosmico Esport versus Limitless. And there's been Ultrazim, you mentioned the unpredictability. In the old days, it was kind of a procession of the top four. We knew who it was going to be, and it was just a case of who is Limitless or Orlando Pirates going to beat this time. But now we get to see, does that unpredictability extend outside of Limitless?
Well, you know, that's kind of the intro thing that I said at the beginning, right? I was like, for the first time ever, it doesn't feel like all eyes are on Limitless. This is not a preordained fight for second place kind of thing. And out of all the rosters, this is probably my favorite. We've seen these individuals in various teams since SSA RLCS began. Now they're here, they kind of condense themselves, they come together. I love the individual flavors of the players, and this is going to be tough for Limitless. Despite ignore all the imports, there are South African people here ready to step.
The chat vote is open. Get your vote in now. Hashtag LMT. Hashtag COS. So far, Cosmico getting the best of the vote, but it's probably early days. Wow, it's just jumped up 68 versus 32 for the time being. But I love the fact, Pyro, that it is more than just can we beat Limitless. SSA, there is a greater purpose, a greater challenge, and I think that helps to push players further when it's not just about the one good team in the region.
Oh, of course. I mean, been talking that story for 4 years now. This is, in a way, this is on top versus up next. And a lot of people know that, even the Limitless players. I listened to some awesome interviews between the Limitless team and Bepic and the players from Limitless. And, you know, I think it was to die for the team with guns for the offseason 2v2 tournament. And those players were saying, yeah, next up, it's between Guns, Wordy, Cam. Maybe Guns has the edge. These players have what it takes to play at the top of this region locally. And boy, do they want to prove that in this match.
I alluded to the fact that our bubble scene is looking very encouraging. A lot of young players coming through. But when you look at those two rosters, there's, other than Guns, who is pretty much the newest of all of them, but it is solid, rock solid players of the scene that have been around a long time. Werty and Snowy and Cam's, of course, the most long-standing of them. But wouldn't they love to get one over Cosmico? Wouldn't they love to get one over Limitless? Based on what we've seen, Machtfish, I don't know we're at the point if we're ready to call it. I know we would love to see that disruption. Do we see it now?
I mean, Werty's been on the second best team in the region for basically ever. Basically forever, he's been on the second best team. And he surpassed Limitless once in 2023 in the Spring Invitational. That was a bit ago, 1.5 years. He didn't manage it last year, doing it in 2024. But I still think there's a fire burning. And there's always something special when Cosmico play, or any Werty-led team plays any Snowy-led team. There is just that much history. And wouldn't it be the greatest start for Cosmico to be like, Limitless, I know you've improved, and you had all these shiny international lands, but whilst you were traveling, whilst you were away, we were in the lab and we cooked up something. And honestly, that's what I'm looking for. I just want to see a close series. I don't care who wins at the end.
Well, you have to give us a prediction, so go ahead.
Underdog story. Cosmico, give it to me. Dethrone Limitless. Let's plunge SSA in pure chaos.
Bang, bang, bang. Pyro J.
Yeah, I'm not going Cosmico here. I love those boys, and I casted them endlessly over those 2v2 mix-ups that I had during the offseason. These guys are great, but you guys are saying, oh, wouldn't it be so great if
You got to give the
won?
prediction, Pyro.
The prediction's Limitless. I'll stop there.
Ultrasm, your prediction for the final series of the day.
Cosmico is one of my favorite rosters on paper, but after watching them, I still think that they have a couple of kinks to figure out. They're not ready yet, and against Limitless, consistency is going to be the name of the game. So I'm 2 for 3 of predictions today. I'm leading the panel, and I'm going to drive it home. A good solid win for Limitless.
Well, the only way I can beat Ultrasm is if I go against him and turn out right. So give me Cosmico. I like the idea of SSA Chaos. And that is going to be it. It is a split desk for the third time today. Taking the final cast is going to be a Machtfish and Ultrasm, bringing us the final upper bracket series for the day. The kings of SSA, Limitless, versus perhaps the upstarts of Cosmico. Let's go and do it now!
One team will go to top 4, the other having to battle through yet one more series tomorrow. The Kings are taking to the pitch, but the Prince is ready to stab them in the back. Limitless, the Cosmico.
Oh, Macht, I am not ready for this game. Emotionally, I'm not ready for the thriller we're about to watch. And you said it in your intro today. New champions ready to be crowned. And this would be the starting point, especially for Cosmico. This would be the time they prove that they're ready to go all the way and maybe give these imports something to think about when they're only got their sights set on Limitless. But 5 minutes, do it a couple of times, and we get ourselves our answer. A couple of violent streaks there to start off our game.
It's sink or swim. What I said at the beginning of the show, but Limitless have shown time and time again that they swim even faster when under pressure. Sweaty opening the scoring.
Look at that beautiful first touch. Again, these are guys that have been on so many stages that there's just the composure's built into their genes by this stage. They know how to slow it down. They know how to not rush their shots. The nice, beautiful cut there. And immediately again into another attempt. This one led by Snowy. Controlled well by Cam, but has been broken away and forced home by Tadai for a second.
Well, not just Cosmico have improved. There's the 2024 MVP of SSA, Tadai for bullying his way through and giving Limitless an early lead. The upstarts, they are being quelled right now.
You know, we've been talking about the improvement of everyone, and Cosmico is one of those shining stars of improvement, but you got to think, Limitless has got to be improving themselves as well with this international exposure, with the consistent coaching. I know CPZ has come back in to take them on for this year, replacing Nox as his coach, and I mean, I know that guy personally. He knows ball, and so there's going to be a lot, and he and Snowy work well together, so maybe they've got some new vision that they can bring into it, but in the first minute, it certainly seems like it.
First minute, definitely going the way of Limitless. They have this kind of air about them. Whenever they play someone local that they know, they just have their number. They know they're the better team, and they let you know it on the pitch as well with the way their body language is, their car language is going. Still saves coming out here from Limitless. Cosmico is not granted a goal, but Guns will keep it at least 2.
Second shot, this time Werty not able to make the distance round the corner. It was a great way to buy time by popping it up like this, but when no one's jumping for this, gave Snowy all the time, places it perfectly, and it was Cam, my apologies, that was trying to make the save, and most importantly, 3 minutes 36 remaining, 3 goals on the board, all of them for Limitless.
Well, we may have hoped, or at least I would have hoped for a different start to the series, given my prediction, but I feel like I hear a bit of smugness there from you, Mike. I'm not quite sure. Are you really that satisfied with a game that is not as open as we'd hope it to be?
Let's be honest, the series I'm really hoping to be quite indecisive between the two teams. Limitless coming off strong like this is a pretty consistent, pretty predictable thing. Certainly going to be testing Cosmico. I don't know how much these two have been scrimming lately, or at all. And so far, Werty's found his way back in. Still 3 minutes on the board, and this beautiful little bounce. I don't know if he got a touch on that, but I don't think so. It just fortuitously falls for Werty, and he sends it home. Makes Limitless think twice, it seems.
He's definitely not going to complain as Werty, as Cosmico get their first of the series. Maybe in a second. Guns behind, gets a reset, finds the bump, or at least tries to find the bump. Sweaty avoids. And with that, Cosmico still left at 1, but slowly and surely trying to build their momentum, trying to build their way forward after what was a horrid start to game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, even with that goal back, what I'm really hoping to see is extended periods, because Limitless, they do that so well, and if Cosmico can really set up camp in the other side of the field, then I'll believe that they've got a chance to take this series. But until they can stamp some sort of authority here, they really are just trying to battle from behind. Although Cams, he breaks away from his own side, carries the whole way, and the rotation from Sweaty on point, the only thing denying that.
Guns. Very quiet thus far in this opening game. Normally a bit more aggressive, being forced back. Cam now looking for Werty for the bump on Snowy, but Snowy evades bump and gets a touch to the side. The veteran, the king still of SSA, will not be dealt with so easily as he clutches it out on defense and gets it out forward.
Sweaty again making this 2-goal lead seem unassailable by reinforcing here. To die for up for the challenge, comes out neutral, but Snowy waiting there. These two have played well enough together. He takes it to the skies. Cam up for it so quickly, though. Again, when you've played against each other so much as these guys have, you start to figure out the tricks, and Cam's certainly not going to make it easy. This one squirts around the side, and Cosmico have not had to make a save in a while, but certainly not making too much progress of their own.
Snowy, a bit of a mistouch is going to make it awkward for Sweaty, but he deals with it rather well. So once again, Snowy's cutting and trying to disrupt Cosmico at every point, at every angle. Again, working with a calculated shot. Cam slows it down. Does he have enough boost for the 50? No, he does not. 10 boost, and it would have been 3-2, but alas, it is not.
You can see how much that meant to Cosmico. Everyone came in there. That was watching a gold lobby just when a ball is so tempting like that. But like you say, Cosmico, they don't manage to make it work. Limitless still confident in their 2 goals, and 30 seconds left in game number 1. Predictions starting to... Greybeard's probably pulling his hair out by now.
I don't think he'll do that. He doesn't have that much left. So I wouldn't advise it. I'm only joking, of course. But Cosmico showing that they've at least stabilized in the second half of this game after, again, their start was a bit subpar. And now giving Limitless a real even affair. That's just the main thing, I think, for them, to not let that snowball grow too big, too quickly.
Yeah, I think that, like you say, Limitless has this reputation around here that any person from SSA or any local, they go into this match with a little bit of trepidation in there, but they stabilize so well. It was sad for them that they lost 3 goals up to there. But I mean, look at this. Shot tally is actually favoring Cosmico.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of shots. I mean, most of them, let's be honest, weren't that threatening. I mean, I don't recall more than 2 or 3 really dangerous ones from Cosmico, but still, like at least the tallies, and that's good for the mentality when you look at that post screen and be like, oh wait, we shot 11 times. We actually had a bit more offense than we thought. So Cosmico really there to play, really there to shine, but now they're gonna dig and try to overcome that mental burden of, well, just playing and trying to beat Limitless.
Yeah, right. Your nerves are settled. You're coming in. What worries me is Limitless is one of those teams that seems to go from strength to strength. You know, they've got the 17 gears that we always talk about, of them always being able to just find something else, dig deeper. And this is where Cosmico is going to have their mettle tested, right? This was game number 1. It was already a pretty intense affair for the second half. And as we head into game number 2, Cosmico, can you actually come up with a new strategy or just beat Limitless at their own game?
Well, taking a dance against Limitless at their own game certainly is dangerous.
Yeah.
But it's not something that hasn't been done before by the number 2 team in SSA, Werty, being the spearhead for that team last time, together with Sweaty and Willow in 2023 when they were known as French Class. But those were the days of the past. What happens today is that Cosmico already starting game 2 a lot better and a lot more actively than game 1. Gunsets a criminal commit though, and it's an open net for Snowy.
Oh, that is just a little bit of miscommunication. Cam going in for this and just no space for Werty to get back. No time to delay this. Snowy pushes up aggressively and nice little tap in there. Really nice way for Limitless to start it off. But Cosmico again, those tiny little fractures in their armor, what I was worried about earlier, and that's one of them that certainly come through. Also, I forgot that Sweaty and Werty were actually on a team together. Man, these guys, they all know each other.
It seems like ages ago, right? But they probably all teamed with each other at some point, right? Like I don't think there's a single combination that hasn't been at least tried out between those. Well, let's exclude Guns from that conversation, but the other 5 on the pitch. As Snowy is now trying to put it over his old rival, Sweaty, but demoed by Werty as well. But to die for, still there.
This is the extended period in your opponent's half that I was looking for Cosmico. They don't manage to stop this one from breaking out. Guns is back, but immediately harassed and tackled by Snowy. Does manage to get himself to the other side of the net using that momentum and in position to make that shot. But Cosmico did look good for a while and now looking to make another attempt towards the other side.
Where is the way through that wall, that blue wall of Limitless? Guns trying to find it, but again, snapped out in the defense by Sweaty. It's Limitless, it's just too solid. Guns, great demolition. Does he have enough boost? Yes, he has. Open net, and that's going to be good. 1-all.
Hey, we saw physical plays being defining factors in our games earlier, and it seems like Cosmico, led by Guns, going to take a page out of that book. Great way to clear the back line, stay involved in the play, and sets one home. Cosmico bring it back, and Limitless being tested now.
Limitless 1, Cosmico 1. Even Stevens. After 2 minutes played here on Forbidden Temple, and Cosmico still pressing, trying to look for the go-ahead goal, but can't allow themselves to overcommit as they've done previously. Sweaty open back, but decides to go for the straight shot. It's against the post. And Cosmico survived, but the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, that was not on the post by a lot. He had a great look at that bottom corner, and he tested himself. I love to see players with that sort of confidence. Don't add any more trickery. We've done the work to get you. Let's have it. And unfortunately for Sweaty, he does not get credited with the goal. Thankfully for Cosmico, they stay on a level terms now. Have to get out of the back here. Guns is in a little bit of trouble trying to carry it down. No one from Limitless pushing in, and my apologies, pushing in a different angle, trying for the demo, and nearly actually, this might come back to bite them. Werty with a chip over, but to die for earning that MVP badge.
Werty running back, hustling back. This good opportunity was missed there in offense by Cosmico. Sweaty to the inside. Guns does have to fly after it. Gets a 50-50 on the end. Breathing space, breathing time for both Werty and Cam to reset, to get in position, and to finally clear it away. That's a great pre-jump. Werty keeping the pressure up on Snowy as well. Where's Kande? It comes. Werty looking for the dive, but no contact made.
The dive for again, trying to keep possession yet. Snowy with him. That's a big double commit coming out there, and Cams has collected this well. It's always going to be hard off the wall, but he does it with aplomb this time, unfortunately. Met as he reaches the ground. Still, Cosmico keep the possession, forcing to dive for back. He's going to have to make another touch. It pops it out, and Cam, the only one really jumping for this, or at least far faster than Snowy off the wall there, maintains the pressure in the seldom explored backlines here of the Limitless side.
Now, it feels like, even though it's not very dangerous whatever Cosmico is doing, it does feel like they are having a better time of it in the Limitless half. But every time, Limitless just positioned themselves really well. Able to deal with everything Cosmico throws at them. This time, an awkward bounce. Sweaty is going to clear it away. Guns. It's another 50-50 there. That goes fortuitous in the way of Cosmico, who keep the ball deep in Limitless half, but without creating a good shooting opportunity, let alone a scoring opportunity.
And yet I'm still seeing that improvement that we've talked about so much as Sweaty makes the attempt towards the center. Is that, you know, teams against Limitless from SSA in the past seem to be just trying to break out of their own half and banging the ball away constantly. Cosmico has had that awareness to keep the pressure. They've had their own attempts at the other side of the goal. So it really is not a one-sided affair. And I mean, the scoreline tells you just that. An open ball. Cam, the only one even close to that, is Limitless. Would have been sad that they didn't get a better shot towards that. Ball going to be touching down. Tadaifor wants to play around for just a couple more seconds, see if they can get anything out of it. Gun's going to pop it to the ground, though, and overtime in only 2 games.
Only a second game and already our first overtime here. I feel like much of what made Cosmico better this game as compared to game 1 is Guns coming online. Guns coming alive slowly but surely, finding his footing. Let's not forget, this is the first time that the young gun is playing against Limitless with a team where he actually stands a chance of beating them. A realistic chance of beating them. So Guns is new to that situation. It's mentally very challenging to be in that place. So naturally, he would need a bit more time to get ready. But Werty and Cam have facilitated that learning time for Guns, and now that he's online, they're going to reap the rewards.
Yeah, he always had the mechanical skills. I mean, even lately in the RLCS, I watched him. And last night, in fact, I spotted Guns because he did the most amazing musty flick in the first game I ever saw him. And he did it again last night. He's always had that high level of mechanics to rely on. And like you say, if you can now train him up to think like a pro, this man is going to go places, and he's doing it well enough right now. Looking still for that spot into the upper bracket tomorrow. A minute of overtime down, still holds it level.
What can they do now? Very far apart was Werty there from Guns. Had a lot of distance to cover, not a good 50 as a result, as Cam is 50 and Guns Werty no boost to die for. Not able to convert. But these chances for Limitless, they are very, very rare at this point. To die for another opportunity behind Werty, it's gonna drop down, crossbar, there's Sweaty, but Cam keeps it out.
Cosmico do not deserve to still actually have that goal in hand right now. There were too many good attempts from Limitless, and Limitless playing a little bit more spread out than we're used to seeing them before. They love to cramp up their oppositions on their side of the field. Now, though, Cosmico giving a breath of fresh air. Again, double commit to the skies. This one does find its way towards the side. The demo's out there. 2 players up previously gave to die for some space, but you just cannot find the angle across the front of the net, and instead Cam gonna try and shut down Sweaty with the demo. That's gonna help.
2 minutes of overtime already to die for, trying to pinch it out, gets it away, but there's Cam, quickest, but also off target. Just enough harassment.
Nice.
Werty, that's in. Cosmico equalize.
Woo! Okay, so glad we didn't give numerical predictions. This one definitely not going to a sweep, although I don't think anyone on the desk would have predicted that. But Cosmico hard fought, and they scrape their way to that 1-goal victory after an almost extra half a game. But they get the victory, Macht.
And overall, I'd say over the entirety of the 2.5-minute overtime plus the 5-minute game time, I think it's a deserved victory here for Cosmico.
Yeah.
They look, even though that this time around they have less shots, most of the time Cosmico was in possession. Cosmico really forced the tempo of this game. And really the one goal that conceded, it was right here, but it was because of Guns, well, committing where he simply didn't have to.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the only mistake there. There were a couple of, like the double commits that we saw on the goal line, etc., or misses here or there. But that was the one that Limitless was able to jump on. And it was surprising to me to see Limitless respecting their opponents this much. I mean, we're normally used to see them walking into a game, kind of messing around a little bit, and then only getting serious when they're being tested. But this season, it seems like they've realized everything is on the line.
And I mean, it's great that both teams are here to play, and it's great also that Cosmico doesn't get paralyzed by the respect that Limitless just naturally commands. We've seen that multiple times, especially last year, where the local opposition didn't play well against Limitless purely because it was Limitless. But Limitless, know your limits, double posted out.
Oh, Cosmico again being blessed by the gods of Rocket League on that one. This one goes to the sky and bounced out beautifully. To die for was looking dangerous for a second there. He always does when he goes to the sky. Still, Limitless going to probably be very frustrated now after the beginning of this game and the end of last. And with 2 players from Cosmico chasing that, they push it through, and it's your leading man, my friend. It's Guns once more, setting this all up. Completely assisted, of course, by Cam.
I mean, you said Guns was really consistent at Musty Flicks. The fact that he didn't get the Musty Flick forced this goal in for Cosmico at the ground again, together with Cam. To die for had to preach him, had to respect the Musty to come through. In the end, though, not happening.
Lovely.
And right here, Guns, that is immaculate communication with Cam.
That is so nice. Cam had no angle from here. He was never going to turn this ball around, but he makes Snowy think that he's going to. He has the personal skills to turn it on a dime, and he just decides to hand off. Like you say, the communication. Guns was probably screaming into his mic that he's coming in, and the trust in your teammate finds the break. Cosmico go up by 2, and Limitless have something to answer for.
From a double post hit from To Die For, 5 seconds after the first kickoff, to 0-2 down within the opening minute. Cosmico has reinvigorated itself and coming in again. Sweaty watching the infield pass well and getting it into the safe zone for now for Limitless.
I think this is why the desk was so split. We knew that all 6 players on here deserved to be on this field, and as the series has gone on, Limitless have lost a little bit of the control of this. Fake, yep, from Guns, gives it away to Cam, we'll give it that, but no finding that top corner. And at the end of the day, Limitless, now is the time that they need to start changing into those higher gears.
And Limitless, and especially Snowy, has always said that they are the best 3 players locally, but we may, and it's very early doors in 2025, but we may have reached a point where even locally, there aren't just the 3 best players anymore. It might be a time to expand it towards a top 6 players of the region.
2 people up there, but a nice doink sends it back down into the blue side, and I'm with you on that. Everyone here is making sublime individual plays. A double commit on the 3rd man, though. To Die For's up for this. Guns bails out early enough to come to the rescue, and Cam now trapped a little bit in the corner. Doesn't get any clearance. Great pass comes across there. The pre-jump from Guns is up to the task.
Guns, low boost. What can he do with it? Not much. Sweaty there to disrupt just enough. It's Limitless looking for more offensive presence, or any offensive presence to Die For. The talisman of that new Limitless side. Still not as precious as he might want to be.
Cosmico is so proactive in challenging these plays. They're up to the task. They're quick into the air. They realize Limitless loves these little 1-2 passing plays towards the center, and yet Limitless is finding no joy from them. Cosmico is just got the experience now that they need against these players. They've fallen for that trick too many times.
Those tricks that Limitless had. Well, you need to invest in a new trick box. Cam, flip reset, pass 1 to Die For, coming in to the side. 0 boost on the counter. It will not get the mid boost either. Smart steal there by Werty as Guns carries it forward. But again, Limitless is just boxed in mostly to their own half. Cam, death shot. No, it's not going to be good. It's too weak.
And again, though, you can see it started to get to Limitless. They said 2 players for a straight shot into that. I mean, once more, they haven't gotten out. How often have we ever said that Limitless has been boxed in by an opponent? So Cosmico doing themselves so proud on this stage right now. They've got a minute left to hold on to this lead, and right now they're looking with blood in their eyes to get a 3rd. Bloodlust.
Oh, that's a great pass. A good shot as well from Snowy, but Werty was equal to it. And this is the Limitless that we see at Majors, at Worlds, at the FIFA E, where they're nervous in defense, where they don't necessarily have the full trust, where they're being a bit exposed defensively. Cosmico, for the first time basically in the RLCS SSA history, is being able to do that to Limitless locally. And that is a development that simply cannot be understated. Guns, great pass down to Cam, the post denies.
Oh, again, this is just smiles on the faces as Limitless desperately try and get to the other side of the field. Ball is going to stay on the ground. The last moments of grass. And something that I need to take a moment to say, because Cosmico beat Limitless with a clean sheet.
I'm going to ask any statistician that might be in our lovely Twitch chat and ask, when is Limitless when is the last time Limitless hasn't scored a goal in a game against local opposition? That must be a long time ago. But Cosmico making it happen, granted with a bit of help from both posts in the opening 5 seconds, but still, apart from, do you remember any good opportunity from Limitless apart from that first shot?
I was actually thinking about that because, again, it was Cosmico, the winning team, that took the vast majority of the saves, and yet I don't remember any of them feeling really like clutch on the last moment. I think Werty had 1 or 2 here, but I feel, Mark, like that kind of comes down to what I was saying in the game, that there was proactive defense coming out from Cosmico. They weren't defending the ball on their line, they were defending it 20 meters in the air to the left kind of thing.
Yeah, it was almost like what we asked of Genesix earlier against Ball Eaters, where I think I said after one of the games, Genesix need to try and take control of mid, was try to establish a presence in the midfield, and that is exactly what Cosmico is doing so well here against Limitless. Whenever they're in the midfield, there's always a chance. There is never simply a turnover of possession quickly. There's never really a chance for a quick counterattack even for Limitless, because the midfield is just kept on the wraps.
And I mean, those counterattacks are, where are you getting them? Where are you putting them, kind of thing? We know that Limitless has these beautiful cohesive plays between their guys. They work it up. One person's high in the air and baits out a defender, and then suddenly it disappears to the low ground on the other side of the field. And yet they're being cut off. Yet there's someone rotating around. We saw the only time that there was that open goal was last game with the overcommitting from guns. Other than that, the defensive line has looked pretty robust. They just need to communicate a little bit more. You know, they're trying to play at a higher pace, which is giving Limitless problems, but that does have its own risks with the double commits.
Yeah, and those double commits are certainly coming out here from both sides, to be honest, in defense, not just from Cosmico, from Limitless as well. But it shows that not just Limitless is leveled up, right? Cosmico leveled up insanely well. And for anyone that was wondering how both of them ended up here in the upper part of our bracket with a chance to make top 4 directly, well, Cosmico showed yesterday already playing against Hay that they are capable of stepping up. They've beaten Hay in 5. Limitless stepped up against Musterfluck, beating them in 5. So both teams surely have what it takes, but this is an entirely different ballpark now.
You know, it's amazing. When we first saw the concept of imports coming in, everyone was worried about them, but we did say the whole of our season, guys, the only thing we can really get out of this is better. And so, you know, like, with all the drama that this region provides, the key takeaway, the big thing that we really try to focus on is proving to pay off so much. Now we've got more import teams than ever, higher quality import teams than we've seen in the past, and yet we're still holding our own. And that makes me so proud.
It is certainly very, very pride-inducing for the local scene. We talked about, again, with Genesix earlier, able to do personal records for Daps and Declan. Didn't come through in the end, but still, just the ability to do it. And now Cosmico and Limitless proving in a very, very epic battle thus far against each other that they certainly also have gotten better. But enough talk! We go to game number 4. Cosmico lead the series 2-1.
The game that everyone was here to see, that chat was most excited for the day, is certainly proving to be one worth sticking around for. The history books being made right now. Few teams have ever taken Limitless. I think Limitless has only ever been forced to the lower bracket in RLCS once, and then they came back to double bracket reset that and still win the competition. If Cosmico could do that right now, then we know that the entire paradigm of South African Rocket League has changed.
And this iteration of Limitless hasn't even been to a lower bracket yet. That was old Limitless.
Oh, right.
That was before Sweaty came in, right? And so not being in the upper bracket is an entirely new feel for this Limitless side, or at least these 3 players playing for Limitless. The opening minute of Game 4 on Utopia Coliseum has come and gone. But Limitless seemingly being poked sufficiently. They are coming out swinging. The Bear's angry.
The Bear is angry. Cosmico with 2 games to 1 take the series lead, and Limitless now trying to find some sort of answers. Good patience shown by Cam. Baits in the opponents to try to come a little bit closer and then take it through the air. Doesn't fall for the tricks as Limitless is Sweaty trying to get this out, but great contestation coming out to die for. He always looks so worrying in the air like this, but uses all his boost, gets the lovely little chip, and despite the defender coming through there, to die for, still going to be credited. Look how patient. I have never seen someone use boost like this and yet not make the progress towards the opponent's goal. Almost baited out the defense.
There is the precious talisman woken up to die for, Beautiful control in the air, but Cam is going to try to do as well. Fakes it past one to die for. It's very awkward on the backboard, but still connects with another shot of Werty, easily dealt with by Sweaty. But it feels like we said at the beginning of game 2, this is now where the Series 3 started. It feels that Limitless want to make a second start to this series.
Some close tussles coming out here. Both these teams, psychological warfare ensuing between them. They try. Oh, that's again a brave moment. Brave respite to die for, and he gets away with it.
Just about. Very solid 50 from him on the goal line, but had they conceded, that would have been all his mistake. Let's not kid ourselves about that. Guns tries to play it slow. Sweaty just dives in on zero boost. Snowy is zero boost as well. Only to die for having something to clear it away, and together with Sweaty, he's able to achieve just that. Still, Limitless playing now with the clock. You could feel that they are playing a lot more passively. They're playing a lot more cautiously than they would normally do, trying to just stay in the passing lanes of Cosmico.
Yeah, stay in those lanes, shut it down, make sure to keep the possession once you get it, and that may explain the reduction in pace that Limitless is going. We're not going to beat them with speed, so we have to beat them on technicality, and it's little scoops like that from Sweaty that's going to help out. Force it all the way back to the deep Snowy, and Snowy, oh, that's a bad chip. He goes out towards the center. Now 3 people scrambling from Limitless. A bit of a moment here for Cosmico, but regained by our squad of blue.
5 people, 5 players converging on that ball. It's the finest ranked moments coming in here in the RLCS with only 90 seconds remaining now. In game number 4, Limitless poised to equalize. But there comes Cam from the ceiling on target as well. Snowy had expected it, or at least was ready for it, even though when he didn't expect it. Either way, it's a great save from the veteran. And Limitless keep their lead, might even get a second one. No, Cam, quickly enough.
Again, great adaptation towards teams. The shot, though, from Snowy. He was set up by the pass towards the center to die for. Takes it up high, comes off the ceiling to give it that extra bit of pace. And the placement, Werty was dead center, and yet he still couldn't reach that. The placement behind him, too good.
Werty saw the pass coming, and still couldn't get out of net quick enough to intercept the shot. That's how good that pass from To Die For and the placement of Snowy was to earn Limitless their second goal of game number 4. And now all they have to do is run down the clock, but the post will certainly help its way.
Oh, both teams now having some credit from the woodwork, and this time Limitless going to hold on to their 2-goal lead. Like you say, they've just got 40 seconds to have to defend right now. Cosmico emboldened and blazoned here now, trying to get a goal in. They need to do it once. The pass is there, the shot is there, and while everyone's stuck on the backboard, Cam finds the goal.
Well, only one person is supposed to rotate backboard, not all 3. Snowy and Sweaty not quite sure of where each other was. A position, and Cam picks out his pocket beautifully, bottom left. Cosmico, 27 seconds left. They are back within a shot, but have to make this very attack now work. Sweaty is going to help him. Werty and Guns now together on offense. Guns can't get a pass to Die For, looking for a demo on Snowy. Gets it a bit delayed.
Man, if Cosmico managed to wrench this back right now, it's going to blow the whole thing wide open. Sweaty carries it through the air, though, deep into their opponent's half. Nice little touch. Can there actually be a follow-up, Cam, without the pace to reach it? Gives the win to Limitless, and the series narrowed down to a best of 3.
That was an absurd psycho touch, but it was too good. I would never thought that a psycho touch could be too good, but that was too good. He tried to pop it up just a tiny bit more so that Cam could get on the end of it, had the boost advantage, had the momentum advantage. But in the end, it's a very difficult touch to control, so absolutely no blame on Guns there. But it is a very creative idea. Nevertheless, Limitless take game 4 and equalize the series 2-2.
And again, the stats tell such an interesting story. 0 saves coming out of Cosmico, only 2 shots from Limitless, and making them both count. It just shows the build-up play that they're able. This one here from To Die For off the roof, there's no way anyone's saving this. So fair enough, Cosmico just without their opportunities, and with the, again, greater share of the shots, they seem to just not be able to break it. It's a weird little pendulum here between attack and defense.
It's almost like Cosmico is looking really strong and trying to build up all the pressure, but Limitless has gone into this series and will be like, right, today maybe not, we may not be like feeling completely on top of our game, so we can't compete on speed. We have to do this methodical, well, and staying back on defense and absorbing all the pressure. It's not the Limitless that we grew accustomed to in the slightest here in SSA, but it's a facet of play that apparently Limitless is very capable of.
Yeah. And you know what? It's... Cosmico with their look. They're going to go for one more. It's going to go up high. Difficult play To Die For, and still manages to get it out to the side. Cosmico not ready to give this up just yet. Pops down. Cam wanted to get hold of that. Guns coming from deep in his own side through the air for a little finesse touch. But, you know, you talk about Limitless, and this is not the Limitless we're used to seeing. This is the Limitless of old. This is the Limitless before everyone got their pace up and the imports started coming in. They were ready to build the pressure as long as it took.
Yet at the same time, they were never constrained to defense for as long, but if they move on to offense, they show they have got all the tools. Sweaty over one, then Cam. It's a dangerous challenge to make as third, and in the end, he does get punished for it. Limitless take first blood here in Aquadome.
Hey, you say it's a dangerous play to go in as third, but at the same time, all of Limitless was up there. If that had actually popped out, suddenly Cosmico would be smiling. Fortunately, the grimaces are fixed to their face. Oh, just reminiscent of the fact they're a goal behind right now. They struggle to hold that same sort of tempo control that they had in games 2 and 3, and there's a breakaway. It's going to be guided in there. Snowy to just escort it home, but To Die For gets credit, and suddenly Cosmico once more. The pressure, the rally from Limitless is too much.
Werty had a decision to make, and unfortunately for Cosmico, he made the wrong one. Turning forward instead of backwards, and not being able to beat To Die For to the open ball. Limitless, another quite easy goal for them. Make it 2-0 in game number 5. This is where Limitless shines. This is where the mentality comes through. When you are that convinced of yourself, and you're that convinced that you can beat anyone in the region, well, you might just do it.
Anyone in the region is now such an open-ended statement, though, with the amount of skill coming out here. And Cosmico, they've got a lot of skill themselves. They're just not getting the freedom to flex it. Limitless playing keep away and making it so difficult to read with this coming in. 3 Cosmico players forced into the corner on that one, and Snowy coming out, finds the angle out of the 3 players down there. None of them able to get a touch. Limitless extend their lead, starting to look far more confident like we used to.
Reminiscent of game number 1 of this series, Limitless get away with a 3-goal lead very early on in the game. And Cosmico, well, having to suck up and deal with it. As Cam, oh, he just misses Guns, having to bail him out, but that's allowing Limitless to stay further upfield. Snowy into the corner, Snowy into the center, but no teammate there.
Great flick comes out from Werty to create some pressure. He's got the overlap of Cam behind him. He's going to take this guy. Not the best first touch. Doesn't give him a lot of angles to work with, and has to relegate himself. Looking for a Rule 1 forming on the wall there. Someone hide Greybeard quickly. But certainly comes away with it. This competition has far too much at stake to be hassling with stuff like that. Cosmico, half a game to try and reclaim some honor.
They did so in game 1. If we remember and look back about 20-25 minutes ago, where they got 1, and that was the cornerstone for the 2 consecutive games that they've won after that. Maybe looking for something similar, but To Die For looking for the angle. He gets too much of an angle for it, sends it horizontally across the face of net, but not in between the sticks.
Okay, Cosmico lingering around, looking for any opportunity, but Limitless's defense has tightened up a lot in the recent history, in the last game or 2. Just being able to spread themselves up, Sweaty off the back wall, ready for it, immediately replaced by another To Die For. holds it within his third. Pass towards Werty. Werty going the wrong way to make a good connection. Cam was around to make an effort, but maybe the communication of Cosmico is starting to slip as the nerves build.
I think Werty maybe trying to lay it off to Cam, giving him an easier angle for a shot. Fortunately, Werty just didn't have the boost to make that touch happen. As again, Cosmico try and fail in offense, having to work on defense to die for angle. Down, that's a brilliant angle, but it's not good enough. We saw it earlier being scored by Chester. To die for cannot replicate it this time.
He's trying. If anyone on the team could, it would be him, and you can be sure he's going to go for another one soon. Great roll around, but Cam tracks it the whole way. Finds guns, intercepted by Snowies. Going to make sure that Limitless has all the control over this series and forces Cosmico to rethink their entire strategy. You know, we talk about those timeouts so much, and if ever there was a time, Cosmico might need it now.
I would be stumped if Cosmico did not take that timeout after this game as the fourth one comes in. It's a commanding victory from Limitless. No ifs and buts. They are the better team here on Aquadome. And by quite some distance. Now Cosmico can't just rely on their own individuality, having to look to their coach, LDC, to cook up another idea to beat this Limitless squad into the ground, or at least to force a Game 7.
Yeah, this is a statement of intent, and while the rest of the games have been such tight affairs, this one not even close. I don't even need to wait for the scoreline to know that Limitless with the vast majority of the shots throughout, and Snowy, of course, never going to let one good thing lie. He's going to make sure to have one more attempt. Ball finally goes down. Limitless, they got taken down in a clean game and returned it twofold?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, and Limitless make Cosmico hurt. Limitless have just been on top of them every single point in this game. And even though Cosmico got 7 shots, again, it's the question of were they really dangerous? 1 or 2 perhaps, but Limitless doing increasingly well in defense. And now Cosmico tasked with winning twice on the trot again against Limitless if they want to beat their arch rivals.
You know what, saying coming into this series, I would have said that a 4-2 scoreline was pretty fair between these two teams. So even if Cosmico do lose the next game, they've still done themselves proud, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it's still frustrating. They're so good. The first 2 games were so close. I do not want to see this go to anything other than a game number 7. So my prediction for this is just that Cosmico need to take it. That being said, if Cosmico do take this, I think they've got, if they can recapture whatever made them so special in those other games, then they have a very good chance of actually clinching this out and taking Limitless down.
I mean, the one caveat with that is surely if Limitless lose Game 6, they take the timeout themselves. Surely, because they still have it. Let's not forget. Cosmico is taking that timeout right now, is trying to take a step back and just calm, breathe, and try to really focus everything into this Game 6. Because, I mean, the loser of this will play Ball Eater tomorrow. The winner, whatever, it doesn't really matter which side of the bracket you get on, because both sides of the bracket will be tough. But it's just that the winner is top 4, the loser is at least top 6. Guaranteed, and that is you'd rather skip the round if you can.
Yeah, you want to stay out of the lower bracket right now. It's just the teams that are left are too good. There is no guarantee that either of these teams will actually take out a team down in the lower bracket. So we're going into this going, this is not last chance, but not a bright future ahead if you do drop it down. So certainly lots to play for here between the two teams, and I feel like that is being expressed on the field. The guys are taking this seriously.
Yeah, and they have to take it serious once more. Neo Tokyo beckons. Game 6 beckons. And Limitless want to close the deal and seal the deal against Cosmico, who are giving them a proper run for their money.
Oh, In South Africa, Neo Tokyo has come to be known as the field of broken dreams, because so many teams, when they're starting to get something that looks like a reverse sweep attempt, or they've held themselves firm and need to do something desperately now, it just all hinges on map number 6. And Neo Tokyo has seen the people just not up to the task time and time again. Cosmico would love to be able to break that curse, but they've got a chance now. It's actually consternation in front of the blue net.
Game 6, forever in the way of going that final distance for the team that is behind in the series. When you are playing for everything. Cosmico has survived the opening minute. Limitless have survived the opening minute. It's still all square. Guns trying to change that. Goes to the ground, immediately challenged by Sweaty. Guns now looking for a redirect, perhaps, but misses the ball.
I don't know why I was oohing at that. I mean, that would have been an incredible shot, but just the optimism of seeing a player up for that, the intentionality that Cosmico is showing out of that play is great. And you're gonna have to worry the pass. Oh my goodness, the sublime to the ridiculous. Once more, Snowy now returns the favor off the ceiling. Quick pass around the last defender to die for with the positioning, and the shot's immaculate.
So unbelievably good. The pass, the shot, the everything, the limitless. As the Kings 1-0 up against the Prince, or the Princess, rather, multiple as there are 3 of them on the pitch. Cosmico got all the work to do as Sweaty just waits for Snowy to come in, to die for Demon in the midfield, so no passing lane this time.
Werty now has a long way to go with lots of eyes on him. It tries to be reinforced there. I believe that was Cam coming in for it, but they sort of get into each other's way. Still Cam with that tenacious attitude of his. Tries to get physical. It hasn't done a lot to assuage Limitless's attempts at defense, but right now Cosmico seem to have the vast majority of this. They're cramping it up. Once more, the reinforcement comes in from Werty, and all they need is a break. All they need is a demo. All they need is a shot, and Guns sets that one home.
All they need is all 3 of them. Cam, Guns, Werty. You can't make it work if you're not playing together as a unit. Cosmico, still more fight to give. Still more in it, but to die for gets a brilliant 50 after the kickoff. Drops it in front of net to die for to Snowy. 2-1.
How do my 50s against the back wall not work out like this? I've not seen someone kill it over the defender and roll it just with enough space for Snowy to get through. Cosmico gonna be heartbroken about that, but Limitless get the goal nonetheless. Half a game to play, and maybe the last half of a game for Cosmico here today.
2 minutes 20 remain. As Sweaty takes it slow, controlled, into the skies, to the backboard, but Guns already pre-jumped. Had the read on his opponent. But still, Limitless doing exceptionally well at keeping the ball in the opponent's half, far away from danger. Not anymore. Guns pass middle, too far forward. Werty not there to receive.
Yeah, the passing plays have just been a lot crisper coming out from Limitless as would be expected, and Cosmico's got the ideas, but it's more the individual mechanics to be able to pull out a situation that's not opportune like this, that's worked for them before. Now with Limitless playing a lot more carefully, it's not as easy to find those solo plays, and even this, Guns makes a great attempt to foray into the center. There's just no one there. This is better! This is great! Guns just reaches this one out of nowhere. The ball rolling across thanks to Cams, and just no mistake from Cosmico. They're still alive.
Guns had an immaculate solo play, but he'll take the goal at the second time around of asking as well. Cosmico, once more, equalizing. Again. They are showing grit and determination. Cam got the control. Nice flick up high, but to die for will already be on the backboard.
The question now, who can get the last goal of this match? Because these two teams fighting it out, they've had to put in everything to get any of these goals. There's a bit of a breakaway. Cam picks up the boost, tries to get it around one, angling his car for the redirect if he could. Werty slows it down without the boost, and An actual pinch sends it long and dangerous. Cosmico going to be happy that that one was off target.
Very, very nervy times here for both sides. Guns looking for the musty pass. Not connecting on it. Werty into the center. Cam left on his lonesome back. They're going to have to sprint. They're going to have to dash. Cam is going to buy them just enough time. Even if they were tardisome, they would still be back just when they are needed. It's Limitless trying to put the final nail in the coffin. 30 seconds left. But no can do here. Guns to the side.
So many plays from Limitless have just lingered dangerously around the side of the field, and Cosmico needs to keep their temperament in check. Snowy gets it around one, reinforced by Cam, but it was a great play to start off with, and certainly keeps the pressure down on Orange right now. Bit of a chance. The shot was there. Cam's is the only reason Cosmico's still alive. Doubt this one's going to be able to come in. Of course, knowing Snowy and the rest of Limitless, they want to keep it going, but they may have given the opportunity Werty without the touch. We go to our second overtime.
Second overtime, and let's not forget how the first one went. It was almost a complete domination from Cosmico in that game to overtime. But here's the argument. Snowy, open opportunity. The shot is good enough. And Limitless will be victorious.
I can't believe that. Cam completely flummoxed by the demo in midair. Werty was up to the task, but it comes down, it gets trapped. Limitless, it looks to be a rough road for them ahead, but they come together, and again, they're always a team that you can rely on to step it up to the next level. Still a great showing from Cosmico, and somewhat heartbreaking for the panel, I'm sure.
Somewhat heartbreaking for some of the panel.
Some of the panel.
For sure.
No. What do you mean?
As Cosmico gave Limitless a valiant effort, a valiant fight, really forced Limitless to step up to the plate. But, I mean, Limitless are the kings of SSA for a reason, and once again, they have proven it here against Cosmico.
The order remains intact, but we do potentially have, well, we have a pretender that I think it can develop into something far more threatening. Great turnout from Cosmico. We know they will be massively disappointed with the end result, but I think they can be enormously proud of what they've done. 4-2 in the end, and yeah, that was work, Pyro. It wasn't phone it in from the home office. They had to show up and do the work.
Not whatsoever. Yeah, this was work that had to be put in, and I saw a Limitless that I wanted to see today, personally. I thought the link-ups, the communication were absolutely there. That's what it takes to be the top of the region. But on the other side, I saw the challenges that were needed to keep this team on the top. We have a Cosmico that absolutely needs to push Limitless in exactly that way. To me, this was a match that went just about as expected.
Is there a player of the series for you, Macht? I mean, was there any standout, or was it the chemistry of the team, or did someone carry this through?
I wouldn't say there was one carry, and I think Mike is. I've seen the nods. Yeah, you're with me on that one. But I think the turning point was when To Die For came really online in Game 4. I think that's when maybe even it could be said there was a fallback into old patterns where you think you're good enough and you think you're close, but then you just get Limitless.
And I think on that To Die For point, what was happening is that he was given the free reins to go ahead, and the other two kind of held back. They held their temperament, but To Die For picked up his pace dramatically. He was in there for the 50s. He was first to the ball on the wall, and then he did something with it. It was just that go switch that I think probably Snowy would have given him the permission to use the full boost tank.
112 teams started this journey last weekend. Double elimination into two pools of Swiss, into a GSL bracket, into a hybrid bracket, and all of this has come down to one more day. 5 more series. And there you have it. That's what's going to be rolling out tomorrow. Cosmico will be taking on Ball Eater, and Dunno Chief will be taking on Hay with Riz. The winner of those two series will go to the semi-finals, where Maestros await and Limitless await. And then, of course, the grand final. There are no bracket resets. There are no more lives. Every series tomorrow is an elimination game. So the ultimate pointy end, and 5 best of 7s. Machtfish, it's going to be a day for everyone concerned.
Oh, it's going to be a great day, because all top 6 teams really have worked their behinds off to be in that position, haven't they? All of them with trials and tribulations, lower bracket, through the GSL, through the Swiss. I think we may see even more of those top 6 teams.
So, well, here's a prediction question. The potential tomorrow, the maximum number of games we can have is 35. And that truly would be a long day, because you factor into that a few overtimes. We could be here for a while. But of those 35, how many do we see? Let's start with you, Pyro. Based on the matchups you see, your quick thumbsuck predictions, and not for each series, but how many games of the 35 are we going to have tomorrow?
I'm going to say it remains as similar as it's been. I'll say early to mid 20s, or low to mid 20s, just because no match went to game 7. A couple of them did go to game 6, and I kind of see that continuing. I thought you were going to ask me about my predictions in the whole tournament, but we'll leave that for later.
No. Far too early for that. Okay, so you sort of low mid 20s. Ultrasm.
Yeah, I must admit, in the GSL last night, we had so many game 5s out of the best of 5s, but it kind of did disperse a little bit. I think we're starting to concentrate back towards the center. Even this was a 6-game affair, so I think we're going to stay at roughly about an average of 6 games per series. So that would make it 30 out of the 35 games we play tomorrow.
30. Yeah. So, and Macht.
I mean, I love the content, but I'm gonna put it on. I was thinking in the bulk of 25 to 30, so I'm gonna go with a good old 29 games. That sounds about right.
Me.
Nice and specific. I'm gonna go with 28, because why?
Oh
not?
My god!
So anything more than 30, I automatically win, right?
Exactly.
So I'll take that.
So Pyro on the low end, Ultrasm on the high end. You have been voting for your driver of the day, and we have our driver of the day. Before production throw it up. No, I'm not going to go through what everybody thinks. But this is, according to the people that went to acgl.gg and voted, your driver of the day is... There we go. Yeah. So, to die for. Now, how many times does this guy appear on these sorts of things? I mean, it's almost a nauseating regularity.
Well, how many times does he appear, and how many times does he earn it? Like, let's be honest, the Limitless on top for a reason, and a lot of those reasons are to die for. You also have 2 teammates that love feeding to die for, right? We hear so often how well these Limitless players get along, and part of it is because that not only like their personalities mesh. I got to meet and talk to Die For and Sweaty especially extensively, but it's how well they mesh on the field as well. So they love serving it up to Die For to get those shots, and that 42% shooting percentage, pretty solid.
Well, I mean, solid, spectacular. Like 25% is solid, 40% is absolutely beyond limits.
Solid for to die for. All right.
Yeah. Okay. If you qualify it like that.
So what the obvious? I mean, I think if you at the start of this whole tournament, when you looked at the teams, and there were very lively discussions amongst the talent chat, and I'm sure with many others, about all all the teams that were playing, and unknowns with Mustuflak. And there was a time where they were going to be flying out here. Were they going to be physically located here, so they'd be playing on low ping? Were they going to be other? At one stage, there were 4 teams looking at flying out to SSA. In the end, it was only Maestros that did it. By the time we got underway, with the uncertainty, my top 4 prediction was Mustuflak, Hayworth Riz, Maestros, and Limitless. We've already lost Mustuflak. Tomorrow we're going to lose Dunno Chief and or Hey Riz. And so I think it then more and more it was clearly the grand final is going to be Maestros and Limitless. Do we see that as the most likely outcome? And would something else be an upset?
Well, yes. To answer the second question, I think I think that's the one we expect, and that's the one we want, because it's also a great storyline to just have the continuation of VK Salem versus Limitless. But with the top 4 discussion, I think we can't really dismiss Cosmico, I think, in that discussion. We probably undervalued them before in our power rankings, but during this entire open qualifier, Cosmico have shown that they can really hang with the best of the best.
So if we look at, we spoke earlier. Go ahead, Pyro.
Just really quickly butting in about it being a surprise if it's any other teams. I don't know. Doesn't Hayworth Riz have Limitless's number when you look back at the 3v3 offseason tournament? Like the last time they met, that's the case. So is it an upset? I think there's a question mark there.
I think it's an upset, but it's not an unrealistic one. It's not like an out of left field, underdog story of Cinderella story kind of thing. I think it would be more like that if Cosmico beat Maestro or something like that. But I mean, that's still the matchup I really want to see. I really want to see, kind of where Cosmico, they're close to Limitless, but do they still like match up? Is that just a Limitless thing kind of? But yeah, no, I'm with Pyro on this one. Hayworth Riz is the best possibility of the upset that we would see.
It does feel like it's the most unpredictable coming into the last 6, the last 4. If we look at the history of RLCS in SSA, very often, and Ultrazum alluded to this at the very start of the day, we kind of know where it's going to end. There might be like the grand final, there might be an upset, but we kind of know where it's going to go. But with these 6, there is the potential. Yes, we would have our own power ranking, but honestly, there are a number of possibilities going into the last day. And your comment on Cosmico, I think, is well stated. We spoke about Genesix earlier, who need to make that mental jump, but they've got to make the mental jump from top 8 into top 6 into top 4. Cosmico have got to make the jump from top 4 into top 2 and maybe champions. And if that's their big cross to bear, or their big bridge that they have to cross.
I'm waiting for that grand finals. If Limitless can take on Hayworth Riz and they move on to play the Maestros, if that's really what we're gonna see here, boy, is that the storyline of the season. Like Limitless versus the Maestros versus VK Salem and Leo Rowe again. Like, can you imagine how badly Limitless want that victory?
But with all the qualifiers coming up for like the Birmingham Major, etc., it's so scary to me to see, or it's not scary, but like exciting to see the fact that our top 4, even now, the day before, we're not 100% sure what those 4 spots are going to look like. And considering it's a cumulative points, as always, you could have someone winning this week and then completely bombing out in 2 weeks' time with all the people. Like Highball could come back and then surprise someone and knock, a Maestro or Ball Eater or something like that down a peg.
It would be quite something in SSA if there were 3 different winners for each of the regionals. That would be a change. But we're going to have our final interview now. I get the pleasure of talking with, from Limitless, Sweaty Clarence. And Sweaty, I have to at first express my delight at finally getting to talk to you. I feel like I've been trying to have an interview with you forever. So thank you for being here for this interview.
Yeah, of course, I'm here. I'm happy to answer some questions.
The desk were talking a lot about Cosmico and how far they've come, and they looked like they were threatening. Did you guys actually feel threatened at any point by Cosmico during that series?
I wouldn't necessarily say threatened, but we obviously, once they won game 3 to go 2-1 up, we just decided we needed to, as some would say, lock in and pull our socks up and just play how we know how to play, because we know we're the better team, and yeah, the result showed that.
And what do you say locked in? What does locking in look like? The difference between games 2 and 3 and then going into game 4? And I'm sure when you get to this level, that's not big glaring changes. It's maybe just small marginal things. But was there something specific you guys did to lock in from game 4?
Yeah, it's just like remembering what we've practiced almost. Sometimes we tend to forget what we've practiced. But once we just remember the game plan and we stick to it, then it's much easier.
Now, going ahead to tomorrow, let's say the expected grand final, you come up against VK's team of the Maestros, which would in large measure be a bit of a grudge match. With the experience you've gained over the last year, having gone to Worlds, and clearly you guys have been working on a lot, how does that feel in terms of making that grand final? Assuming, and the work's not done, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but how do you feel about that matchup?
Yeah, we're confident against them. We've improved a lot over the past couple of months, going to Worlds, EWC and FIFA E. We've had a lot of international competition, and yeah, we're confident. We've scrimmed them like once. We're pretty happy with how it went. Yeah, we're not too stressed about it. We're just gonna take one series at a time and just play our game.
Last question is, how are the vibes within the team? I mean, I know, well, we've alluded to the fact that clearly there's chemistry, you're getting on well. And are you guys enjoying yourselves, having fun, or is it like tense, let's get this work done?
The vibes are always good, because we're all friends outside of Rocket League. But yeah, this season we've definitely had to take a more serious approach, because there's obviously way more competition with all the import teams. But yeah, we're still having fun, and the vibes are good, and yeah, we're just happy to be playing together still.
Brilliant. Well, it was looking shaky when we go back to Swiss, and where you were swept by Mustuflak, and it was like, oh my goodness, what does this mean? Where do we go? But clearly you guys got that out of your system. You looked fantastic out there today, so congratulations on the win. But as always, you've got Championship Sunday to look forward to and to get that work done. So do what you got to do, and we'll see you out on the pitch tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Awesome stuff, Sweaty. Thank you very much. And there you have it. You hear it from Sweaty, from the Sweaty's mouth. The vibes in the team are always very good.
Maybe not as sweaty as you imagine. Maybe it truly is chill over there for Limitless. I think this team really likes to keep a cool head, right? We've seen that leadership from Snowy all along to say, yeah, for the most part, we're unshaken and we're optimistic. And I heard in those interviews too that they're much more optimistic about the imports this season. And you know what? They're showing it. They're locked in for top 4 and beyond.
And you know what? It was nice to hear that they were scrimming. The fact that they were actually going up against other teams, I know in seasons past, Limitless has been a little averse to do it. I don't know if it was because it was against South African teams and, you know, they weren't at the same level, so they were trying to push higher. But now they're actually making time for these other guys, and that's the attitude that you need to be coming into an experience like this with.
We have some late breaking news. We showed you the bracket for tomorrow. There has been a development. We've had a forfeit. Dunno Chief, unfortunately, are unable to field the roster tomorrow. We believe there might be an illness, something related to that. Either way, they are not going to be able to play tomorrow. So, Hey Riz get a free ride into the semi-finals to meet Limitless, and that's a bit of a I mean, it might have happened anyway, but a bit
Looks
but-
like the prediction for a low amount of games is.
No.
Just gonna say.
We have to redo that one.
So we have a potential 28 games tomorrow, which means, for my prediction, all of them would have to go to Game 7. Okay. Well,
Mine is not possible anymore.
with
We're
that,
redo this, yeah.
with that development out of the way, it brings us to the end of what is for SSA, the end of day 4. One more day in Birmingham Open number 1. It was 6. 5 teams now remain. By this time tomorrow, we will have an Open champion, an Open number 1 regional champion, and we'll then immediately look forward to Open number 2. But that's the end for today. The talent roster, been myself, it's been Pyro J, it's been Machtfish, it's been Ultrazim, and in the background pushing all the buttons, making sure it all happens, as always, Reggie and Blank, and we will be delighted to bring you day 2 tomorrow. But for the time being, peace. See you tomorrow.